Yo, what's up? I'm back again. Gonna be doing some coding today. Starting off with some Clash of Code, and then progressing into some LeetCode. Lil Darkray, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I can follow you back. Yeah, we're just gonna be starting off with some Clash of Code today. Hope everyone's doing good. Let me go ahead and update my stream title. So I'll do my stream title, which means I'll appear on this this live streams page here. Once we're appearing here on the live streams page, then I'll go ahead and start hopping into some clashes. Yeah, I had a couple of days off. I was gonna stream the past 2 days, but unfortunately I wasn't feeling too great Friday and Saturday, so I needed a little bit of time to recover. But now I'm back. And so we're gonna hopefully get some hardcore code written today. So it's gonna be epic. Yeah, I don't have anything else to announce while we're waiting. I've got interviews, like real job interviews, coming up this week, starting literally tomorrow, and then next week as well at a different company. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm kind of nervous, but you know, all you can really do is prepare as much as you can. Go in there and do your best. So that's what I'll be doing. Okay, yeah, so just while we're waiting for the coding game live stream page to update. Oh, there I am. Yeah, I'm going to start taking a look at some of these unique paths problems today. Pretty sure I can solve these with dynamic programming. I had started them on Thursday night, but did not get very far, so because I had to end. So yeah, we'll actually solve these today, and then look at some of these other problems as well. Okay, let's go ahead and start doing some Clash. So it's a little later in the day. I actually don't expect too many people to come through to the stream from Clash of Code, but I don't know, we might get a couple. Alright, starting off with shortest mode. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. Hey, popcorn fuel. Yo, I did actually, in fact, survive. I did, in fact, survive. It was a really weird experience on Friday to wake up. Well, first of all, you know, feeling pretty lousy. But also have an actual recording, because I record all my streams. To have an actual recording of the end of it all. Honestly, like, most of the stream I thought went pretty well. But, like, that last 30 minutes to an hour, especially, like, the last 30 minutes, I was, yeah, it was a little embarrassing to watch back. But, you know, it is what it is. I also did see that you made some clips, or at least one clip, and I watched those and had a laugh, so thank you for doing that. Hope you're doing good. Hopefully your Friday was better than mine was. Oh, that's good. Yeah, my hangover wasn't, like, terrible. It could have been a lot worse for the amount of alcohol that I drank. Yeah, I did drink a pretty decent amount of water on Thursday night, and I kept drinking water even after I ended the stream, so it wasn't too bad. What's wrong with this? Oh, really? It's gonna make me stir all this, bro. Okay, oh, TypeScript coming through with 71 characters. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. You still need to restock the mics? Yeah. I still have a decent amount of that whiskey bottle left, but yeah, I decided that the occasional drunk stream is fun, but I shouldn't make that the norm. But I saw that you made VIP Friday. Congrats. Or sorry, Thursday. I definitely made the right decision with that. I think I owe someone else VIP too, didn't I? We were working on that circle square problem, and I told the chat, I was like, whoever helps me figure this out, I'll make you a VIP. And then I never actually ended up VIPing anyone from that. Yeah, well, I went back and watched the stream, and I can't actually decide who it was. Like, Zapik was helping me out in the chat, but then Ben, or aka Bear Hug, came through with a diagram. So one of those two actually is owed a VIP. But also, like, no one said anything. Like, I think I just moved on, started talking about something else, or like went into a new clash or something, and no one said anything. I would have expected someone to be like, "Oh, VIP," and then I would have done it, you know. How do I make this shorter, dude? Okay, well, I can, like, trim random characters from here and there. Shit, dude, I'm still in third place, though, with this. Yeah. I'm glad people were vibing. When I watched, like, the last 5 or 10 minutes back to myself, though, like, I have no idea what the viewer count was at that time. It's quite possible no one was there, which would have made sense, but I can't imagine myself vibing with someone, you know, talking the way I was talking at that moment. I was like, oh yeah, I was trying to do this. I was trying to explain the solution to this problem. And I was just talking really slow and slurring words and stuff. So anyway, it is what it is. I had a good time. Nothing bad happened as far as I know. So, what's the move here? Can I shorten this by going I up to n squared and then doing mod? Hold on, let's try something. I got 8 minutes left to shorten this. But yeah, thanks for coming back again, dude. It was a really fun stream. I'm glad that many people enjoyed it, especially because like there was like a hard point in the evening where I just plain out stopped being able to solve these problems. And I was just like talking and, you know, hanging out. And people still stuck around even through that, which surprised me. Squared. What does that give me? Oh shit, I do need this. Okay, that's shorter. That puts me in second place, dude. If I submit this right now, I'm second place. Any way I can get to 5 fewer characters and beat this guy? Ooh. Let me take a look at what you got here. Well, let me just make sure I understand how your code works. So you're mapping everything to a string and range. Oh, and then you're multiplying the string? Bruh. Let's see. Yes, dude. Oh, that's beautiful. See, that feels like cheating, but that's fine for this time. Yeah, that is shorter. So you just do it one time and multiply by n. That's smart. Submit. I mean, that only bumped me from, it bumped me from second to first. So it wasn't like it was a huge bump. This is a significant bump, but I already had second place though with my code. You trying to play? Sweet, let's go. Let's join the lobby. You still have your profile photo. Oh, this guy wants to do a 3-player match for some reason. That kind of annoys me, but all right. Nice, dude. Really? Oh. My bad. I was just being a noob. Let's see. Print. Remove everything that's not an uppercase letter with empty string. And you just sort and join. Then prints the number of spaces. And then prints everything that's not a lowercase letter. Sort, reverse, join. Nice. I wonder why that person wanted to just do a 3-player match. Play again? Oh, wait. Let's wait for a new lobby. Oh, the other thing I realized from the stream on Thursday is the whole time that you and I and like what 1 or 2 more people were listening to the shared queue on Spotify, the music that was being streamed like to Twitch through OBS was still the Pretzel Rocks music. It was still like the same stuff that I was already listening to. I thought that I had switched that over. I thought that the stream was listening to what we were listening to, but no, that's not what was happening. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm in charge now, Henro LSD, and I'm not hitting the launch clash button. I wonder if also how many people were vibing in the stream like later on. Like I know Simon brought in like 60 people and then it quickly went down to like 30 and then it probably kept going down from there, but like at what number did we stabilize? Do you remember? Was it like 5, 10, 3? Like I was just wondering if you remembered that number. Oh, it was low 20s? Wow. A lot of people hung around. That's so cool. It's gonna help me get to affiliate really quick if that keeps happening. What? Oh, you've got to find the length of this? Interesting. This is a stupid question. What? Oh. Fuck. This is Bob. Bob likes to eat burgers. Bob likes to eat his burgers fast. This is a burger. Let's see. That one was pretty straightforward. We can just, I think, immediately go look at what us three did. First index of, last index of, and then just see out. Oh yeah, bro, Henro, you gotta start writing in Python, dude. You could have just multiplied that space by your size. There's probably a way to do that in C++, honestly. Let's see. So print sad face concatenated with rep I minus oh, I see. So the size of I minus the size of I with the burger removed. Gotcha. And then another closing paren on the other side. Yeah, that's nice. I did something similar to Henro, but I didn't do first index of and last index of. I did first index of and then next index of. So I stored the index of the first burger bun. And then I can just pass that +1 into another call to index to find the next one. Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's join the next one. Let's go. Simon's live again today, but part of me actually hopes he doesn't raid, just because I always feel a little more stressed when there's like 60 people in here. Part of me also hopes he does raid because it's really helpful for like getting to affiliate and growing the stream. But we'll see. I'm definitely going to be transitioning to LeetCode today, though. I'll do Clash of Code for a while longer, maybe like another 30 minutes, maybe an hour longer. But then I want to look at these. I want to look at these problems. Oops. How was your weekend? Did you do anything interesting? Did you do more clubbing, or you limited your clubbing to just Thursday night? Very lazy? Nice. Oh, shit. Oh. I really don't want to do this one. Nice. Yeah, that might be what I need to do here. Yeah, let's actually do it this way. Oh, this needs to be C. If it's nighttime, wait, if it's nighttime, no, actually, we can, if it's daytime, and Z is less than 0, okay, so we got that. What's wrong with this test case? 5. Are we only counting the days? Do we only increment Y during if it's the day? Yeah, that's what we do. That looks right. Wait, what's going on with this? Same? Oh. Yeah, that's gonna loop infinitely. Oh, this would be less than or equal to 0, and then that test case should, yeah. Oh, man. I'll take 4th place. Let's see what happened here. What'd you do here? Next token, string.gmatch, IO read plus something that's not a space pull or a white space type character plus, I think. Is this a new thing you're trying here? I've never seen this in your code before. That's cool. So that produces, so gmatch gives you like a function back. Oh, okay, I got you. 0, exit, I goes from 1 to 1,000. A equals A minus B. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a couple of different ways you could like organize the loop, but this is clearly one of the ways that works. Art attack. Yeah. Oh, so this loop just handles a day and a night together. Is that what yours does too? Yeah. So your loop handles the day, then it checks, and then it handles the night. My loop doesn't do that, but let's see. Duck and bridges. Duck in big red shoes. Gets the input. Okay. Duck in big red shoes did math. This is what I initially started trying to do. So it's impossible. Right. It's impossible if you can't climb out during the first day, and if b is less than a. Then you have some base cases, and then math.ceil of a minus b divided by b minus c plus 1. That's cool that you were able to come up with the formula. I tried and did not succeed. So in my loop, I have this x boolean represents whether it's daytime or nighttime. So if it's daytime, I increase the distance climbed, and then I increase the day count. If it's nighttime, I decrease the distance climbed. Then I flip day and night, and then here I check to see if it's impossible. Otherwise, it eventually finishes and we just print y. Bunch of different ways to do it. Let's go again. Let's join the next lobby. Hey, I see Ben's playing, but either he doesn't want to play on stream or he doesn't realize I'm streaming. Hopefully the latter. Probably the latter. But alright, let's join the lobby. Joining the lobby. Art Attack is back again. Curious if that means Art Attack is with us in the stream. Probably. We got a bot. Matthew Gold Digger or whatever that is. Yeah, Matthew Gold Digger. That spells Gold Digger, right? Ganesan. Matthew Gold Digger is definitely a bot. Igers 101. Sauron. Yeah, it is nice when the standard input code they give you just works. I've had that happen on a few rare occasions. You ordered groceries at 10 p.m. Wait, is it gonna get delivered tonight? Or will your groceries arrive tomorrow? I'm surprised there's grocery stores open. If you're planning on getting that tonight. Out of curiosity, what was it you were missing that made it so urgent that you needed to order it tonight? Oh, it better be tonight. What's your like go-to snack, like when you're chilling in the evening and you're hungry? Oh, Guilfoyle. That's the guy from what TV show is he from? I don't remember. Oh, Silicon Valley. Chicken Alfredo and prosciutto. Ooh, hell yeah. Mine is really simple, dude. I always just like fry an egg or two and put it in between 2 slices of bread. Have an egg sandwich. Oh, nice. Is it like pre-made and you just have to heat it up, or did you buy the ingredients and you're gonna make your own chicken Alfredo? You must output the list of cardinal each described by. What the fuck? I don't know anything about Latin long. Ingredients? Nice. Nice, dude. If that is... Oh, dude, I'm trying to do a regular, like, C-style ternary here. So it's north if that minus side is greater than 0, else south. Oh, there's not supposed to be a space. Oh, I'm just being silly. These need to be 1s here. And then I guess these are reversed. I'm mostly just doing trial and error here and assuming that some sort of combination of conditions will work. Looks like that works. I don't care. I don't care enough to like actually understand the math here. There we go. There we go. 3rd place. Not complaining. Start looking at some code. Match. Yeah, so you're just grabbing X1, Y1. Thanks for the claps, bro. Thanks for the claps. X2, Y2. Then, what are you doing here? Right. Oh, I see. X2 plus 0 is greater than 9 plus X1. Oh, plus 0 is what's coercing it to a number type. I see. And so you were able to put 9 here and it didn't fail any of the test cases. That's kind of funny. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward algorithm as well. You just have one line of code for your north-south, and then you got another line of code for your west and east. Art attack. Fair enough. Pretty straightforward. I like that. I like how you use JavaScript for this. Nice. Grocery says on the way. That's good. Man, you're talking about groceries and chicken Alfredo is making me hungry, dude. And then my code. Not anything particularly exciting about it. Okay. Let's keep going. I could probably do a couple more of these, and then I'm gonna start doing some LeetCode. And I might have to grab a snack now. Okay, this lobby is still pretty empty, so we can use it. So as soon as I get channel points unlocked, I might make drunk coding stream a channel point redemption. Not sure yet. I've been thinking about it. It would be a pretty expensive one. Like, I don't know. I don't know what would be too much, but maybe like 20,000 or something. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. I like how my sample code for Python 3 says print column when you're clearly supposed to print the row. Oh, also, b could be a big integer. B could be all the way up to 2 to the 53. But thankfully I don't have to worry about that in Python. Two to the 53 is an interesting place to stop. I wonder why they did it that way.
What is that? It is over here.
You figured out the formula yet? There's gotta be a way to just do this with math, right? It's test case 2. No submissions yet for this one, dude. Oh shit, dude. There it is, bro. I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that, dub. Oh, come on, bro. You gonna take that from me like that? I thought we were friends. What's going on here? You're doing bit manipulation? Dude, can I be completely honest with you? I don't know why this is the formula. Like, I knew there had to be a formula, so I played around with square roots and multiplication and division for long enough till I found something that worked. But if you know how to actually explain why that's the formula, I will listen. I will listen. But we can start looking at some solutions now. I don't know if I fully understand yours, but you read in the input. N squared plus n over 2 equals x. Excuse me. N squared plus n over 2 equals x, where x is the additional factorial. Turn it around and solve for n. Yeah, where'd you get that formula from? What do you mean additional factorial? So, but what you're saying is n. Are you saying that n squared plus n over 2? That's the number of elements in the row? x equals 5, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Oh, addition factorial. Because usually factorial is like... Oh, okay. I think I understand now. Hold on, let's look at this in a little bit more detail. Because this is quite interesting. At least in my opinion. So if we go here... Oh wow, I definitely drew that when I was drunk last Thursday. Okay. So we're basically we have we got a triangle shape. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then this is row 1. And so, well, so the sum of the digits. Okay, so you said n squared plus n over 2 equals x. That reminds me of... Oh, that's the same formula as... I knew this formula, like the sum of numbers where like n goes from 1 to n, or like, hold on a minute, x goes from 1 to n of all x. Like I know that equals n times n plus 1 over 2. That's the same formula you just gave me. I knew about that. I didn't know that that applied to this problem, though. So... Oh, you're good. Don't worry about being distracted. So we're supposed to take these numbers, like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and solve it for... Oh, okay, row. So this is row, also known as n. Because like, if you do like n equals 2, for example, this formula would be talking about the sum of 1, 2, 3. So you take the sum. So basically, you take your input number. Let's say it's 5. If your input number, hold on, let me change colors. So if your input number is 5, you're expected to produce 3. So no, I still don't understand. You might have to explain that to me again. 2 times the input number, the square root of that, plus a half. But you're doing a half here. Pretty sure you're doing a half here for rounding, right? This half right here is just for rounding, but the first half is the square root. So help me understand how you got from this question, basically like solve for 5 and get 3 as an answer. How are you using this formula for that? So like, we could take 5 and plug it into this formula, and that would tell us the sum from 1 to 5, right? So if we put 5 in here, or no, sorry, x. Like if we do x equals, we could do like 5 plus 1 over 2. What are we gonna get? 12. We're gonna get 6. So basically, we know that the sum. Okay, what if we were gonna do Right, and you're saying that gives me double the answer? Is that the thing? But why does it give me double the answer though? So this is x sub 5, x sub 6, let's try x sub 7. X sub 7 would be, 7 times 8 over 2 was 7 times 8, bro. 42? No. Yeah, no, it is. So that gives you 24. What are we looking at here? I'm not sure how that link was supposed to help. You gave me a link to a calculator. Type in solve for n. Oh, okay. Okay, so n. So it's the quadratic formula. Yeah, no, like, I get that, but what I don't get is why solving for n in this is the answer. Why is this formula the solution here, but not this exact formula, but the inverse of this where n has been solved for? Let me see what I did, because my formula was not exactly the same as yours. I took the input, I divided it by 2, I squared it, or no, I took the square root, and then I multiplied it by 2 again. And then I rounded all that. So if we get 5 here, right? If 5 is the input, we're supposed to produce 3 as the output. 3... So are you saying that hold on a minute. Oh, let's look at this again. So you're saying that if we plug 3 into the... So if we plug 3 into that formula, we get... So this... Okay, I don't know why I moved over so much. Okay. If we plug 3 into that formula, we get 6 out, right? Because the sum of the numbers... the sum of the numbers 1 through 3 is 6. If we plug 2 into the formula, we get 3 out. We plug 1 into the formula, we get 1 out. If we plug 4 into the formula, we get 10 out. So by plugging these row values into the formula, we actually get the last number of each row, which is interesting. That I think... Yeah, okay, I just figured that out. I see. But why though? Why is that relationship there? Like that's cool and all. I think that's really awesome. But why does that relationship exist? So yeah, you start the chicken, bro. I love the sound of that. I'm actually kind of jealous. Maybe I'll have to figure out a snack to have here in a bit. Oh, I got pretzels. You know what? I might go grab some pretzels in a moment. No, this is really interesting though. The fact that this like summation of numbers 1 through n ends up being the tool that you use to solve this one. So you have your numbers arranged like this. Some number theory thing about yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But then plugging the row number into the summation formula gives you the last number in the row. So it makes sense that the inverse then, that if you do exactly as you said and you solve this formula for n, it makes sense that what you get back is a formula that you can use and then basically rounding down the answers or ceiling. I think in my solution I did rounding. Okay, maybe I don't need to think that hard about this one. Let's see if anyone else posted code. Okay, do not know how to choose nickname did post some code. Okay, so do not know how to choose nickname. This person actually posted the quadratic formula. Hold on. I did not. I came up with something slightly different. I took the input, divided it by 2, times the square root of that, and then multiplied by that by 2, and then it works. No idea why it works. No, you didn't. This is rounding, right? You add 0.5 and then you truncate. That's rounding, I think. If you add 0.5 and then truncate down to an int, that's the same thing as rounding it. Yeah. So you said you started with quadratic form and kept taking stuff off as soon as it worked. Huh. Interesting. My solution does not look like quadratic formula. I could have got lucky. Input divided by 2, square rooted, and then that multiplied by 2 again. So my formula was n equals x over 2 square rooted, and then all that times 2. Can you do additional algebra on that? Maybe that just is the same thing. Like this is what? Square root of 4 over... Well, yeah, never mind. I'm not going to fuck with that. Okay, well that's cool. That was an interesting one. Like whenever there's a math one where the math is not ridiculously complicated, I like to at least spend the time to try to understand why. We had the same answer? Did we have the same answer? 2 times IO read. All that square rooted. Plus a half. Wait, is slash slash a bit shift? Is that why you're saying we had the same thing? Well, so I saw slash slash and I thought that like Python slash slash, which is like integer division. in Lua is / a bit shift. So if you're basically saying that you shift to the right one time, right? Which divides by 2. Two times the square root of x over 2 equals square root of 2 times x. Oh, gotcha. So how would you combine these? It's been a while since I've done this. Like, I can do... Right? Oh, and then I can combine them. Four and the 2 reduce. It's been a while since I've done this kind of algebra, so I don't actually see how I'm supposed to merge these. Wait, is square root of x over 2 the same thing as square root of x over the square root of 2? Is this the same thing as, can I do that? And then this becomes... I wish there was a more interactive way you could tell me what you were talking about. I'm trying to get to square root of 2x. So, oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying now. You're saying that and that equals this is what you're telling me to do. Yeah, okay, I didn't realize you could just so basically if you have 2 square roots, you can just merge them and it multiplies. Hey, Gigantic Bucket, what's up? We're doing more math. Well, we're doing math because we did a Clash of Code that required math. Bucket, you saw you made VIP, right? I unlocked some VIP slots due to, you know, how my stream's been doing, which is really good. And so you're one of the VIPs now because you've been around for a really long time. Since the early days. It's like the circled square all over again. I bet we could scroll up and look at that. Oh, what happened here? I don't even know what I was trying to draw here. And then, what's this? This almost looks like I'm doing calculus, but I'm sure I'm not. Oh, this is just distance equals speed over time. Aha! Here's the circled square. Okay, let me go grab some pretzels and then let's keep going. This will take me like 30 seconds. It's been a while since I've done like algebra. I've only ever done it, you know, in college and high school. So sometimes I forget the rules, bro. I forget the rules. Like, I gotta remember that two square roots can just like merge. So this is what I learned today. This is just this. And if I had remembered that, I would have gotten it way faster. Right? This is what I needed, popcorn. If I'd yeah. So I just need to remember that, and hopefully I'll remember that as we go forward. Ah, whiteboard.team. We can try to use that. Yeah, the root of the product is the product of the roots. I mean, I like the idea of the collaborative whiteboard. I wouldn't want just anyone to be able to do it, you know, but people like you two. Makes complete sense. Or at least sometimes? Wait, what are the exceptions? It works for I, right? Or does it not work for I? Oh, negatives? So, yeah, you are talking about I. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna do one or two more clashes, and then I want to do some LeetCode. So if you guys want to play, let's go. As long as you say I exist, it'll work. True. Oh, Whale is here. What's up, Whale? Well, you're coming in at the end again. I'm doing one or two more clashes, and then I'm going to do something else. But I am glad you're here. Alright, Gigantic Bucket, enjoy. Okay, let's go. I had my mic muted to avoid the crunchies. Misplaced 2 forks, the food and the phone? Hope you find all the things, man. Those are all important. Probably the food and the phone. Top priority. Hope you find those, but hope you find your forks as well. There's a total of N trains. D kilometers distance. Whale. Very nice. Wait, is it this? Hold on a minute. I've got notes on this. I've got notes on this, dude. Here it is. Speed over distance. Oh, that's what I have. Each train has a different speed. Wait, does it matter that they have to wait at the station? Every train's waiting for the same amount of time, right? Oh, they each have a different number of spaces. Of stations to stop at. Plus P times 0.5. Oh, fudge. Oh, you were able to find most of the stuff and get second place in the clash. It's pretty impressive. This is measured in hours, right? Yeah. What's wrong with my code? Why is the amount of stations afloat? What is it going to be like 1.5 stations? Oh, is it? Oh shit, you're right. Wait, is that not what I have? Oh, thank you. It's D over S. Well, you're a god. Thank you. You're a god for getting first place so fast, but also for helping me with my code. How about that number of stations float though? Some of the trains have to stop at like 1.23 stations on the way. Wait, so basically, wait, when did I write that down? Oh, okay, so this right here, this happened when I was already like getting pretty intoxicated. And so that's why I said distance equals speed over time, which is like literally all of this is just trolling as well. All of that is just trolling. This right here is actually right. There we go. So we got that now. Okay, let's go again. I think I'll do one more class, and then I do want to solve some LeetCode this evening. Yeah, well, I don't know if you were around on Thursday night, but I was clashing for a while. And I got pretty drunk. It was fun. It was probably more fun for me than for the viewers at times because, yeah, I couldn't really solve anything. There's a video, I haven't uploaded it because I'm a little embarrassed about the last like 30 minutes to an hour of it. Yeah, popcorn, you had a fun time too.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. The computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild. So what we're going to do is start over from the top.
Rotational division. What the? What the? Oh, you're just supposed to give the length. Interesting.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened.
So there's gotta be a trick to figure out the length then. So n is a prefix of k. N is divisible by k. Upon division by k, the quotient is also n, except k is now at the end of n. So you're given k4, then n satisfies as that divided by that. Oh my word. This is a good one to end on, because I'm probably not going to get it. Oh yeah, you know what? I just realized why we got this, because Whale is now in the lobby with us, which is hype. But I have noticed every time I'm in a lobby with Whale, the problem difficulty goes up. It's not a complaint. Well, you should definitely keep being in lobbies. But it does make the problems harder.
Is all I see.
Too hard. I don't know. I don't think I'm actually going to code anything up for this one. Does everything else have to be the same? Just that the number moves to the end? Hey, Shaw Gaming, yeah, I'm doing LeetCode after this. This is actually the last clash. I was hoping that it would be one that I would solve, but this is just a really wacky one that we all got stuck with. Yeah, no one's got it. No one's got it. We had one person give up. Oh, hey, Whale, I see what you're doing. I better print an answer as well. Hold on a sec. What? How did I get 0%? I printed one of the test cases out. Oh, you actually have code. Okay, I thought you just printed one of the test cases out. I see. So yeah, you did a brute force where you're just checking numbers and you're going up by one at a time. And I'm assuming that except for the 9% that you were able to solve, you're getting time limit exceeded, right? Yeah, cheating. Well, Popcorn still has a minute to submit, so I'll wait for that. Alright, while we're waiting out that last 50 seconds, I'll just use the restroom, and then when I come back, I'm gonna switch to LeetCode. Okay. Let's see. There is more code to look at. We can look at Popcorn's code. I love how I got second place for getting 0% the fastest. Oh well. LeetCode. Oh wow, I mean, props for actually trying a bunch of shit. Like, you actually have an attempt at some sort of solution here, which is more than I was able to come up with. Modified fuck. Quality variable names as usual. That's a good question, Sal. I don't know if there is. We could try Googling like coding game Clash of Code rotating divisions. What was it called? Rotational division or rotating division? Yeah, unfortunately, Clash of Code doesn't do very well with showing you solutions. Yeah, I can't find anything, just with a quick search. Yeah, that was definitely like north of, significantly north of Clash of Code's usual difficulty for any kind of problem. Yeah, interesting. But I am gonna go to LeetCode now. So thank you all for the clashes, Whale Popcorn. I'm gonna solve some LeetCode problems. And if you're, you know, if you were only here, I say this every time, if you were only here for Clash of Code, I get that. I hope to see you again soon. I pasted a link to the contribution in chat. Don't know if it's... Oh, yeah, I found it. Where's the solution? Oh, at the bottom? This doesn't look like the solution. What do you mean, the bottom of what? Oh yeah, I can't see it. I guess you're you probably have some privileges within Clash of Code and coding game that I don't have. If you want to share a screenshot of it, that would be okay. Or a paste bin. Probably. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this is hard. Okay, we got paste bin. Okay, so the important thing I think is they're increasing the number they're testing by a lot each time, right? So they're doing the same thing that you were doing, Whale, where they have like they're like testing it, like to see if it works, like with the math. But then I guess the trick must be knowing how much to add to your X that you're testing each time. Anyway, I'm not gonna stare at this. I agree with what you guys said about it quite possibly being a little bit too difficult for a Clash. What I'm going to do instead, did I already change my stream title? What I'm going to do instead is do LeetCode. I changed my stream title, right? No, I didn't. There we go. Now it's fixed. So let's look at this one, unique path. This should be a pretty straightforward dynamic programming solution. Pretty sure I solved something like this recently. Okay, so there's a robot on an n by n grid. The robot is initially located at the top left, i.e. grid 0, 0. The robot tries to move to the bottom right corner, i.e. grid m-1, n-1. The robot can only move either down or right at any point in time. Given two integers, m and n, return the number of possible unique paths. Okay, yeah, so the idea behind the DP solution for this one, I'm pretty sure, is to start from the bottom right. Well, not start, but conceptually think about starting from the bottom right. So you got a grid. It could be just m by n dimensions. And right, 0, 1, 2, ... m, 0, 1, m. And so in each of these cells, we want to store the number of possible, is it paths? I think it's paths for this one, right? Someone who approved the Clash commented, "Very interesting and unique problem." That is not as hard as it looks. Yeah, false, false. They want the number of unique paths. Okay, so number of paths to get here. So if we want to know the number of paths to get to the bottom right, if we want to basically calculate the number of paths to get to the bottom right above the bottom right, we calculate the number of paths to get to the left of the bottom right, and then it's just going to be like +1, right? So we're going to go, whatever number we have stored above, we just add 1, and is that right? No, it's not. It's not. It's the number of paths. So basically, if you can get above, it's just the number of paths to get above. Yeah. So this is actually just copies in. Plus the number of paths to get to that one. Okay, let's see if we can actually make that work. So dp of ij is going to represent the number of paths. So that's a comment. Number of paths to get from 0, 0 to ij. So how many paths are there to get to 0, 0? 1. That's the base case. There's only one path to get to 0, 0, and that's by not moving at all. You just start. So there's one way. Yeah, let's see. You guys are still talking about the Clash. Conspiracy theory. The people who approved this are his alts. What are we looking at here? I mean, yeah, if it's possible to get problems approved by using alts, that sounds like something that they should fix. So If that's actually what happened, you guys should report that or whatever. Okay. So now for int I equals 1. No, 0. I is less than n plus I. We're just going to iterate through the entire grid and use that formula that I talked about. And we want to skip 0, 0 because we already filled it in. So if I equals, there's different ways you can do this. This is just one way. If we're at 0, 0, we can just skip it. We don't want to override it with something else. It needs to be 1. Otherwise, this is not going to work. So whenever we get to ij 0, 0, we'll just skip. Yeah. So I'm starting it off at 0 at 1 because what we're trying to calculate is the number of paths. And so in order to calculate, like, let's say that you're keep having to take this glove and put it on and off. So really all that matters is that we're at some position in the grid, position ij. And then above us we have a cell, and then to the left we have a cell. So the number of ways to get to cell ij, which we're calling dp of ij, the number of possible paths to get there is the number of possible paths that we took to get above, and the number of possible paths we took to get to the left. And then it's those two added together. So it's just going to be like I minus 1j plus I j minus 1. So we need to start this one off at 0. Because, or sorry, we don't want to start that. We want to start it at 1 because when we're in this cell right here, there's one way to get here, and that's by coming from the left. So the only way to get to cell 0, 1 is to come from cell 0, 0, and there's one way to get to cell 0, 0, so we actually just want to copy that over, and this is going to be 1, right? So, and then if you like follow the logic all the way through, what you end up getting is that if you're going from like the top, if you're going along the top and then down the side, there's actually only like one way, but there's also one way to go this way. Like all these are just going to be 1s. They're just copied over. But this cell right here has 2 ways to get to it. So this is a 2. Oh yeah, and actually I just fucked up. So this cell right here has 2 ways to get to it because you can come from above and you can come from the left. So you just find the sum of those and it's 2. And now this cell right here has 3 ways to get to it because you can come from the left, so that's 1 way, right? You can come from above. There's 2 ways to get to the cell above, so that means 2 more ways here, so this is 3. And so if you think about it, the 3 ways that you can get here are, I'll draw it with a different color. The 3 ways to get to this cell right here are this direction, and this direction. So those are the 3 ways you can get there. So that's why the number we're storing in each cell is the number of ways to get to that cell. And in order to like start things off, yeah, it makes sense. In order to actually start things off, the only way to like bootstrap it, I guess, if you want to use a weird word, is to start off cell 0, 0 at 1. So now the other thing is we just want to check if we're at a border as well. So if I equals 0, then that means that we're on the top row, so we can only look to the left, we can't look above. So if I is 0, then dp ij is going to be dp of I j minus 1. So we just copy it over. So that line of code right there, this one, this corresponds to walking along the top row. We just copy it over one at a time. And then we have a very similar line of code for if j is 0. If j is 0, we're walking down the first column. We're walking down the left edge of the grid, and so it's just copied over. Another way that we could have initialized the grid is just put ones along the top and put ones along the first column, and then only actually do any kind of math in the rest of the grid that's not the top row in the first column. But this is going to work too, so if j is 0, then we just copy over from I minus 1j. Whoops. These can all just be else ifs, that's fine. And then the last case is that dp of ij is going to be dp of I minus 1j plus dp of ij minus 1. Oh, first time chat. What's up? Calcium? Is this serious interview prep? Like, are you looking for a new gig, or are you just doing this for fun? Seems like the camera is lagging a little. Oh, is my voice not in sync? Shit, that's always a pain to fix. Like, how bad is it? Is it so bad that you want to click out of the stream, or is it tolerable? I'll have to go take a look later if it's tolerable. Camera's completely frozen? Hold on, let me pull up my stream. Yeah, I mean, people are saying it's okay, so. Yeah, well, if anything's frozen, it shouldn't just be my face. Like, the whole stream would need to be frozen. Okay, but everyone else says I'm fine, so. Run the code. Oh, I wrote this code while intoxicated. That's clearly not right. Vector of int, and then this is n rows, and then vector of int m columns. Oh, you got it figured out? That's good. Yeah, this is serious interview prep. I'm looking for a new job right now. Like, I've got a lot of experience. I've been working like professionally for like 7 years, but I do need to review these skills because I need to know them in order to pass job interviews. So I think this is probably right. We use the example test cases. Submit. I'll make one change here in a second. Okay, so we solved this problem 2 years ago as well, in June. That's how you solve it. It's, as you can see, it's really fast. There's not any way faster than you can do it other than just going through the grid one time for each cell. Or yeah, going through each cell once. So it's O of n time. I became a director at my company recently, and the first thing I did was can all of this shit. Good. So what are you doing instead? I mean, obviously, you have to be able to evaluate a candidate's skill set. But I agree with you that this isn't necessarily the best way. Oh, yeah, sorry. It would be O of n times n. Thanks, CN808. When I said O of n, I was referring to n as like the size of the input. In this case, the size of the input is n times m. So I would have to, yeah, that's more correct. So let me just show you this though. I can actually clean up the code a little bit by starting off the whole grid as ones. If I start off the whole grid as ones, I can delete this line, and I can, what can I do? I can start off I at 1 and j at 1, and then I don't have to do any boundary checking. Does this also work? Yeah, that works too. So basically I cleaned up the code significantly there by just starting off the grid with the top row and the leftmost column as already ones, right? I just put ones. Well, actually, that's not what I do. If you look at my code, I initialize the whole grid to ones. But then after I initialize the whole grid to ones, I do my normal DP, but I only do it over this section. And if I do it only over this section, every single cell can look up and can look to the left. So it just cleans it up significantly. So yeah, that's how to do that one. You could probably space optimize this, but I'm probably not going to bother right now. Hold on. Calcium, I make engineers read a PR and comment on it. That's a good exercise. And Shall Gaming, are you also preparing for system design? Yeah, I am. I'm preparing for technical coding, system design, and behavioral. Yeah, so I'm in the full grind right now. And Calcium, or maybe solve a recently solved bug or similar. Nice. Yeah. I like instead of coding challenges like algorithms and data structures, I like it when the live interviews are like more freeform, like, hey, build me a to-do list with your favorite stack. If you're doing like if you're interviewing for like a web position, you know, and then that way they actually get to see how you work, you know. Like if it was me, I would open up the terminal, I would npx create React app, I would use React, and I'd be able to get a to-do list up and running. Any company you're aiming for? Yeah, I have interviews with Amazon coming up, and I also have interviews with TikTok coming up, but I'm not going to, you know, I'm just, at this point I need an offer, so. Shall Gaming, I'm still 2 years of experience, so I don't get asked system design, but I've started preparing for it. I really like Alex XUS system design book. Oh, that's cool. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, I just think it's mental that people hire anyone on their ability to solve a Sudoku puzzle, yeah. Amazon are big on leadership principles, yeah. I've been reviewing those and preparing for the behavioral stuff. I still have 9 days. My Amazon interviews are in 9 days. So I've got 9 more days to, you know, prep all the leadership principles and all that stuff. I'm going to write down my best stories and figure out which leadership principles to associate them with. Okay, so the next problem, unique paths 2, I'm pretty sure is just a small variation on this. You're given an m by n array, integer array grid. There is a robot located at the top left corner, so that's the same. The robot tries to move to the bottom right corner, m-1, n-1, so that's the same. The robot can only move down or right, so that's the same. Here's the difference. An obstacle and space are marked as 1 and 0 respectively in the grid. A path that the robot takes cannot include any square that is an obstacle. Return the number of possible unique paths that the robot can take to reach the bottom right corner. So I think this one is honestly going to be almost identical code, except when you know how I mentioned you're always looking up to get a count for how many ways to get above, and you're looking to the left for a count of how many ways to get to the left. If you look left or right and there's an obstacle there, then it's just 0 for that cell. If you want to do well in the Amazon interviews, I'd say that the most important things are probably the examples you provide. Yeah. Honestly, I've been slacking a little bit on the prep for that, so I've got another 9 days to really grind it out and prepare fully. And yeah, I obviously intend fully to do so. Okay, so let's look at this problem. So int n equals, let's just change the name of the input to a, just because it's shorter to write. A dot size int m equals a0 dot size. So we get those two. They guarantee that there's at least one cell in the grid and zeros and ones. Okay, so there's two different ways we could do the DP for this. One way would be to create a new DP array, right? So we could do vector of int DP of size n, where each one is initialized to a vector of int of size m. And we could use that. However, what might be better is to just use the input array as the DP array. Maybe not. Okay, let's just try this. Let's use my DP array, and let's code it up the same way that I coded up the other one, where we start off dp00 as a 1. There is an important edge case where if there's an obstacle in the top left, I assume that oh, does it guarantee there's a path? Return the number of unique paths that the robot can take. Oh, okay, so it would just be 0. So dp of 0, 0 is going to be a ternary. If a sub 0, 0 is an obstacle, then dp 0, 0 is 0. Otherwise, dp of 0, 0 is 1. Hey, Sonny bro, how's it going? Thanks for coming over. Appreciate you hopping back in. Slightly different stream from Thursday. Thursday I was drinking and I did Clash of Code all evening. Today I'm sober and I finished Clash of Code like 30 minutes ago, and I'm actually doing LeetCode today. Okay, so we do that, and then the rest of it's pretty similar. I equals 0, I is less than n plus I. Fun stream on Thursday? Appreciate you saying that, man. I had a blast until I stopped having a blast. Where that point was, I think, like maybe 30 minutes before I ended the stream, where I realized, holy shit, I'm too fucked up to be doing this right now. Too fucked up to be solving coding challenges, and too fucked up to be live on the internet. But yeah, other than that, it was a blast. LeetCode's going good. This is the second problem of the day. Starting off fairly straightforward, but this is unique paths 2. It's just a DP problem. And we solved the previous one, which was unique paths 1. The only difference is that this problem, the path has obstacles in the way. A00, you don't think that there can be an obstacle there? Yeah, you're probably right about that. I don't think that it hurts my code at all to check it, but you're probably right about that, honestly. Nice, Sonny bro. JS is a great language. I would say probably my favorite language and the one that I use the most. I don't usually use it for LeetCode problems, but it is my favorite language. Okay, so this is going to be the same as before. If we're at origin, we just skip it. Otherwise, if we're on the top row, then yeah, let's have all these be else ifs. Then dp of I j dp of ij equals oh, okay, yeah, we could do it this way. So There's probably a beautiful way to write this, but I'm just going to write it right now in a way that will work. So if we're on the top row and the previous and the cell to the left in A. Oh, no. It's just, let's initialize the whole DP to 0. And then here's what we can do. If I is 0 and j is 0, we continue. Or the other case where we want to continue is if a sub ij is an obstacle. So if it's 0, right? Oh no, 1, if it's 1. We can just continue. So since we checked that there, we already know here that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it this way. We'll split these up. So dp of ij equals dp of ij minus 1. So if j is 0, then dp of ij is I minus 1 is the same as this. And then last but not least, if we're not on the top edge or the left edge, then we add together the two cells that we can come from. So dp of ij minus 1, dp of I minus 1j. Sonny bro, what are you planning to use JavaScript for? Are you going to use it like for LeetCode, or are you going to learn how to do like web development, or even, you know, server-side development with Node? What's the plan? And Calcium, I saw you drop me a follow 4 minutes ago. Sorry for not calling that out sooner, but I do appreciate the follow. Okay, so this might be right. So let's try to return dp of n minus 1, m minus 1. Let's try it on. Oh, there's only one example test case. Oh no, there's two. Okay, so it looks like this is gonna work. Let's submit. Hey, there it is. So that's how you can get it accepted. I might try to clean up the code again like I did for the last problem. Sonny, you said, I'm working on web development at the moment. I'll eventually be moving to backend stuff with Mongo, Node, etc. Nice. That's what I do too. I'm a web developer. I know C++ basically only for coding challenges, coding contests, interviews, but professionally and for all my side projects, JavaScript is my #1 language. And you said you're curious about React and Ruby stuff too, so being curious about React is good. React is like my favorite framework for anything on the front end. So if you're planning on, you know, building web apps, I would definitely say give React a try. You know, you got options, you got Angular, you got Vue, Svelte, but I would suggest give React a try. I think it's really awesome. What about the edge case of a n minus 1, m minus 1 equals 1? So, yeah, my code handles that sort of unintentionally because I initiate the whole DP array to 0, right? So before I even go into this loop, DP of n minus 1, m minus 1 is 0. And when the loop gets to n minus 1, m minus 1, it discovers a 1 here. Yeah, I have this if statement. So if ai of ij is 1, I'll just continue, which means the loop will be done, and the value of 0 that was at that slot in the DP array will just still be there. Lol, it's been a lot. I'm going through Odin project. I'm not familiar with Odin project. Let me take a look at that. Your career in web development starts here. I mean, I guess this is as good a place as any for it to start. I don't know anything about it. View full curriculum. Full stack Ruby on Rails, full stack JavaScript. That's cool. Foundations. Yeah, that seems awesome. Is it free or are you paying for this? Oh, cool. So all this information is just free. Oh, that's really nice. I didn't know about this, but I might have to come back and look at this later, and maybe I'll put it on my list of things to recommend whenever someone asks me how to get started in web development. Shaw Gaming, you said this will use extra space, right? Can you also do the same thing? Let's see here. I can probably do the same thing. Let's try. So what we can do is A00, basically we're just gonna flip the value at A00 so that it becomes 1 if it's 0 or 0 if it's 1. Because we're gonna be replacing the initial values, which are just zeros and ones, with, you know, the number that we care about, the path, the number of paths. Wait, is that just gonna work automatically? Can I just put A's in all these? This might already just work as it is, with just replacing these DPs with A's. Oh, okay, no. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Okay, so where I is 0. Oh, I need to, I see. So I need to handle this case specifically. So if we're at an obstacle, we got to replace that with a 0. And then we continue. Yeah. So yeah, that works too. Hold on, let me just see. It made me go through some of the hassles of installing Linux, but I think learning some of the Linux stuff is quite interesting, for sure. Sunnybro, I like using Free Code Camp and W3 Schools for reference. There's so many resources that it takes me quite a bit to really figure out how to move forward with learning all of this. Yeah, honestly, I'm glad that I don't have to go back and relearn everything that I know, because there's just so much stuff now that it can be really intimidating for new developers, you know? Yeah. And so anyone who, you know, grits their teeth and perseveres and actually like makes it through that hurdle of all the different shit that you gotta learn to start, then yeah, mad props to all those people. So let's try to clean this up even more. I've got an idea. Let's try to do the same thing I did last time where I don't have to check boundaries. So, like I want to have 1 1 here, and I want to have this. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Let's try to make this work. In order for this to work, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more pre-processing. on the top row and the first column. Web development has been interesting. Yeah, web development is awesome. It's like my favorite thing to do. Okay, we got a pre-process. So for int I equals 0, I is less than n plus I. Let's start off with Hi, CN808. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Basically, what we want to do is let's say that our top row looks like this. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. Let's say that we have that. This is what we want our top row to look like. Right? So as soon as we encounter a 1, as soon as we encounter an obstacle in the top row, nothing else in the top row is accessible. Because you can't move up. You can only move to the right and down. So this is the processing that we want to do. So what I'm going to do is int value equals dp or a of 0, 0. And what I'm going to do here is I want to do a sub I sub j, a sub I sub 0 equals value. But at some point that value flips from being a 1 to a 0. Yeah. If value is a 1 and a sub I 0 is also a 1, then value becomes 0. Is that going to work? And we got to do the same thing for the columns now. So we got to pre-process the first column in the same way. So j is less than m, plus j. This is going to be 0j and 0j. Yeah, that works too. Eventually I'll reach the point of LeetCode and Code Clash. Looking forward to it. Oh, well, we're looking forward to having you. For sure, dude. Like, honestly, if you know how to write some basic JavaScript code, you're probably already ready. You just go to LeetCode and start on the easy ones. You know, don't worry about anything too complicated while you're still learning the language. Code Clash is not required for interviews, but it's fun. Okay, so this works as well, I think. Let's submit. Oh, look, so now we're doing really good. So, shall, because we're now reusing the input array, and I also cleaned up my loops a little bit here, we're getting really good values. 0 millisecond runtime and less memory than 98% of submissions. That's kind of pog. Okay, so that's that one. What time is it? What's my local time? 8:53 p.m. I'm gonna do one or two more problems, I think. Well, let me just check a DM. Just checking a DM real quick. Okay. Okay, so I started looking at this problem on Thursday, but I didn't solve it or start writing any code. So this is LeetCode 1233, remove subfolders from the file system. Given a list of folders, folder Return the folders after removing all subfolders in those folders. So I might actually solve this one in JavaScript. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. So you just have to remove all subfolders, and a subfolder could be any depth, right? So you could have, if you have /a, so yeah, example 2 is a good example. You have /a, then abc and abd are both subfolders of that, even though they're like not direct children, they're grandchildren. So I thought about this a little bit last time. I think what I'm gonna do is I want to sort the input list by increasing length of the number of segments. So the first thing I'm gonna do is process the input sum. So let's call this folders. Not entirely sure what I wanted to call that folder. So folders, and first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna split all the folders on slashes. So folders equals folders.map f.split. Hey, Sonny bro, this one is just for you. I'm coding this one in JavaScript. I decided to code it in JavaScript already, but you should be able to follow along since I'm coding in JavaScript. So split on slashes. And then let's make sure that did what I thought it was gonna do. Yeah, it did. The only thing is we have empty string at the front of each array. So we just have to get rid of that. So that's pretty easy to do. I can just do map and then filter. Also, you don't need parens here. So filter f goes to f. So filter is just, you get to pass it a Boolean predicate. In my case, I'm passing it f itself. So if f is truish, it will keep it. Not f. Dot. Oh, I have the filter in the wrong place. I should be filtering here. Yeah. So you can think of this as like an identity filter, where you only want to keep the things that exist. And in JavaScript terms, empty string is technically something that doesn't exist. Like if you put an empty string in a Boolean context, it evaluates to null, or sorry, to false. Okay, so I pre-processed this input into this, which is exactly what I want. Now I want to sort that. So I want to sort it by the number of segments that are in there. So sort AB goes to a.length minus b.length. Yeah, I saw some math problems which evaluated empty strings as 0. Yeah. A lot of languages will treat any string as true, even if it doesn't have anything in it. Even, string of length 0, a lot of languages will say that's true. JavaScript is one of the few languages that I'm aware of that empty string is false, and everything, any other kind of string that's not empty is true. And it comes in handy, I'm not gonna lie. JavaScript evaluating empty string as false comes in handy. Let's see, does this sort them in the right order? Okay, it does. So now, if you look closely here, you can see that we took our input. Could zoom in a little bit, couldn't I? We split it up into the segments, and we sorted it by a number of segments. So now to actually solve the problem, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna iterate through the segments one at a time, And for every segment that I'm at, I'm going to check to see if it's a subfolder of one of a segment that I already have looked at. Yeah. So yeah, basically that's what I'm going to do. So for const folder of folders, if not is subfolder, like that. We're going to define that function is subfolder in a second. So our answer is our list of folders that don't have any subfolders. Or it's our list of folders that are not subfolders of any other folder. Start our answer off as an empty list. So now we're going to define is subfolder. So let's see. The way we need to do that is we can create a key. Well, basically, I'm going to have a hash table. Is the way that I'm going to solve this. So we're going to have like a hash table called scene. In JavaScript, one way to do a hash table is using a set. And I'll pass scene into the is subfolder function. And we're all, so yeah, and then I'm going to keep going. So let me just change some of this to be a little bit different syntax. So I'm going to have const is subfolder, and it's going to take as parameters the folder and what we've seen. And then here's the other thing is in order to use a hash table, we have to make a key. So the key can actually just be this original string here. But we need to be able to generate a key from any folder, because what we're actually going to do is the first thing that's going to happen is this A that's just by itself is going to go into the hash set. And then I'm going to come down to the next one, and I'm going to need to implement the is subfolder function to be able to tell me if AB is a subfolder of A, which we know that it is, but the code needs to be able to figure that out. So the way it's going to work is I'm just going to start removing the segments from the end. So I'll try AB all by itself, then I'll remove the B and try just A. And so it'll be easier to explain for the CDE, right? So for CDE, I'll check CD by itself, and I'll check C by itself, and I'll check CDE first, and we'll be able to tell that just by removing the E, CD is something that we've already seen because it's here. So let's do it. Let's actually do that. So let's have an is subfolder, and let's have a get key. Get key. Which takes a folder, and it's going to return the key for the folder, which is just going to be the folder with slashes put back in between, like that. That's the key for the folder. So if we discover that something is not a subfolder, not only do we push it, oh, we're supposed to return them in this format too. So actually, let's have let's do this. Yeah. So we'll get the key for the folder here, and that's actually what we'll put in the answer. And that's also what we're going to put in scene. Okay. So now we start with the entire folder, and we start removing segments from the end one at a time, and then getting a key and checking to see if the key is in scene. Would it be more efficient to start from the beginning? Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Because then we can just append onto the end. Let's implement it this way first and see if it's too slow. I'm not entirely sure if my solution is proper runtime yet, but we'll find out soon enough. So for let I equals so I is going to be the number of segments we're removing from the end. So we'll start off by removing 0. I is less than folder.length. So that'll remove all but the last one, right? Yeah. This can probably actually be 1. So we want it to happen, let's say that there's a folder with 5 things in it. Or let's say there's a folder with 3 things in it. A/B/C. We only want to pop these 2 off. We just want to start with the whole thing, and then we want to pop. We'll get the key for the whole folder first. Folder key equals get key for the folder. And let's just have it return that. I know I'm gonna make it weird. I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna make it weird. It's gonna return the folder key if it's not a subfolder. Otherwise it'll return like false. So yeah, this will work. Alright, so now we want to go, if there's 3 things, we just want to do pop off 2 times, right? So what I'll do is I'll get the key, and then if scene.has key, return false. Otherwise, folder.pop. Pop 1 thing off the end is what that's doing. Okay. So what we can do is debug. So clearly it's not quite working yet. So the output, right? Yeah, let's use the debugger. So I'll put a breakpoint here. Debug. Is LeetCode Premium worth it? I think it is. I like how you only have to pay for Premium for a month, because I only use LeetCode Premium when I'm in a job hunt. And, you know, one of the things you get is the ability to see companies that have asked this problem before. I think that's probably the biggest perk. You also get access to the premium problems and the premium solutions. But I just like to, so like for example, I mentioned that I have Amazon interviews coming up, so this problem doesn't qualify, but a bunch of the other problems I've looked at have been ones that have been asked recently by Amazon, at least supposedly, according to the data that LeetCode has. Thanks, dude. I have interviews with Amazon coming up, and I have interviews with TikTok coming up. So hopefully all of those go well. And I'm trying to schedule even more interviews too. I'm trying to find companies that I'm interested in, and I'll schedule interviews with them. So, okay, we're debugging. So folder is A. Let's just step over the is subfolder call for now. Okay, cool. So what just happened was right. Key is not a subfolder, or the first folder is not a subfolder. So it got put in the answer and in the scene set. We actually only need the scene set. Here's something else cool you can do with JavaScript. Hold on a sec. We can actually delete this, because they say that you can return the answer in any order, right? Yeah. It says right here, return the answer in any order. So we don't actually even need this. All we got to return is array.from scene. So just basically just tell JavaScript convert the set to an array, and it'll do it for you. Which means we don't need answer here either. Okay, let's go again. Hey, thanks Nightman UK. Appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for all the good lucks. Google is not a company that I'm looking to interview with. Only because I just finished working for them like 2 months ago or so. That was my last employer. So I'm looking to go somewhere else. Okay, so we step over here. Okay, now we're looking at AB, and this is where I think the algorithm is going to break, because we saw it broke before. But AB should not get at, yeah. Let's go into is subfolder now. So step into, so we get the folder key, AB, and we come in here. Key AB, scene has key, return false, folder.pop. Okay, that's right. So now, right. I see the bug. This does need to be 0 through folder.length. I was not popping off all the things that I was supposed to be popping off. Okay, so we're actually getting closer to a correct solution, but we're not quite there yet. So our output is still has C. What's the problem here? Oh, our output has AB in it still when it shouldn't. Okay, let's try to figure out why that's happening. By the way, everyone who's hanging out, everyone who's dropped a follow so far today, thank you. I should have this problem wrapped up soonish, hopefully, and then I'll move on to something else. Let me know if you have any questions, concerns, comments. Step into this again. Okay, so now we come in here. We get the key. The key is A/B. So it's not in there, so we pop. Oh, we popped off the folder, and folder.length is now 1 less. So that's kind of a dumb bug, but we need to, basically if we just store the length, we can actually rewrite this a different way. Here, let's do that. Let's do this. Let's rewrite it while folder.length. So while it has at least one thing in it, we want to do this. As long as folder. We don't need I. We just need to keep popping off folder. while it has at least one thing in it. As soon as it goes to 0, yeah, we're good. Yeah, okay. This looks good to me. There we go. So that gets us accepted output for example 1. We can use all the example test cases and run code. Okay, so we're getting accepted output for all the example test cases. Oh, Sonny, I think I know what you're saying. So, that's a good question. So, let me comment that out. This was the code that wasn't working. Are you asking if I store this in a variable? Like this? You're asking if this will work? Because if this is what you're asking, yes, this would also work. So if I store the length of the folder first, then here it's already stored in the variable, and the actual length of the folder no longer is affecting it. So that would work too. Yeah, I could have done it that way. So that's a good observation. The reason I did it this way is because I realized that I don't need I at all, basically, you know? Since I don't need I at all, I just need to keep removing elements from the folder until it's got nothing left in it. Yeah, so let's try to submit. Okay, so we get accepted when we submit, but it's not very fast. And I think the way to make it faster, let's see. One way I could make it faster is by, I'm doing a lot of extra work here in generating the keys because I'm doing it in reverse, right? If I started from one segment and kept building up, I think it would be faster. So let's go, and now let's go back to a for loop. So for int I equals 0, I is less than folder dot length plus I. So now we're gonna have like let key equal we'll have it be equal to just the first segment. Yeah. How do I want to do this? Oh, no, this is fine. This is fine. I can do it this way. I can start this off as empty string, and then I just start the loop off by appending in the next part of the key. And then now if seen, it's the same code that I have up here. Well, except for folder.pop. No ints in JavaScript. Okay. So I think this will run faster because I was doing a lot of extra like string building here by doing it in reverse, if that makes sense. I basically built the full key and then I rebuilt everything up to, but not including the last segment, and then I would rebuild the key. So let's see if this gets us a faster runtime. Okay, that gets us a little bit faster. So that's definitely a speed up, but we're still not optimal on runtime. Do you use JS or TS more? I use JS more. I usually only use TS if I'm working like in a project or in like a repo that uses it. my personal decision has just always been not to use it. It's not that I have anything against it. I think it can help. You know, I think if you use it well, you can find bugs early, you know, but it just adds a lot of characters and potentially bloat to a JavaScript file that wouldn't otherwise be there. And that's kind of what turns me off, honestly. One sec. I think I need to restart my... I need to like power off and power on my mic. One sec. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I have anything against it or against people that use it. It's just not my personal, like, first choice. It kind of makes a Java file look more like a it makes a JavaScript file look more like a Java file. And I don't always like looking at Java files, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so what else can we do here? How can we speed this up more? One way would be to do additional hashing. Another way would be, I think, to build a try. So we look at related topics. Try is one way to solve this. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to click through it. So if we built a try, we would still start off by doing the same thing. We would sort the folders by the lengths of, by the number of segments. But then instead of using a hash table to store, you know, the folders that you've already seen, you would store it in a try instead. I don't know if that would actually be faster though, or would it just be the same runtime? I feel like I just want to peek, like we got it accepted. I want to move on to a different problem. So let's peek at the discussion for this one. Let's see what happens, what people are suggesting. 3 methods from O n log n to n times m. Oh, that looks like a nice article. So sort folder by length. Check if the folder's parent folder is in hash set. Yeah. This sounds like what I did. So support. Okay, so they sort it by the length, and they have seen. Okay, and then they convert the hash set back to an array list. Okay, so there's a really simple Python solution here. Folder sort key equals len. They got their scene set. For F and folder, if not any okay, so the analysis of this is n times log of n. Okay, yeah, sort is n times log of n. The outer loop runs n times inner loop, so they end up with n of log n times log n plus m squared. Okay, let's just look at what the fast solution is. So here, this last solution, time space is n times m. So let's see. So the try. Okay, so I guess the fast solution is the solution that uses a try. So they create a root, and then for I in range line of folder. They're basically inserting the folder into the try, right? For C in folder I. And then they BFS folder. That's interesting. So you make a try and then you BFS through it to find the answer. But the try is... Yeah. That's what I'm looking at too. It looks like they're doing it letter by letter and not segment by segment. So the way I set up my problem is I like split up the folder by segments. So like my segments would have been like Leet and then like code, right? But what they're doing is they're doing L, E, E, T, slash, C, you know. That's how they're doing their try. And then they're also storing the index along with it. Oh shit! Simon, what's up? I actually, I wasn't expecting you in here. I thought that it was so late that you'd already stopped streaming and either raided elsewhere or decided not to raid today. But thanks again for the raid. How's it going? Hope you had a great day and a great stream and a great weekend. Did you do anything fun this weekend other than stream? Lots of follows coming in. Lil Freezy, thank you. Watch BFL, thank you. Is Simply Too Good. I Simply Too Good, thank you. Oh, you built a new keyboard? That's cool. Like, from scratch? That sounds hard. What do you mean built a keyboard? You like assembled, you like customized it or something? Let me know exactly what you mean by built a keyboard. That sounds pretty fire though. And thanks everyone for the raid noises. SciFT, It's Slavic. Tuki, Earn 3301, New Step. Anyone that I missed, I apologize. More follows coming in. New Step, Juza H. Thank you so much. Assemble and solder everything. Wow, dude. I've just always kind of steered clear of anything related to manually doing hardware stuff, like any kind of soldering or circuitry. So this is kind of embarrassing for someone who's both a gamer and a software engineer, but I don't build my own PC. Don't tell anyone I said that, even though I literally just told like 60 people that I said that. But no, I'm not really a hardware guy. I'm like more of a software guy, so I'm always really impressed by people who do electronics and stuff, you know, by hand. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. I was doing Clash Code earlier, but I'm on to LeetCode. We were solving this problem. Wait, no, that's not the problem. We were solving... Well, I just admitted to not building my own PC, and I bet like half the chat left. Anyway, we're solving this problem. I got a working solution, and I submitted it, and I got it accepted. But I kind of determined that there's a faster runtime, so now I was just looking at the discussion page to see what the faster runtime is. And the faster runtime uses a try. How long roughly might it take to catch up in experience compared to someone with about a decade of experience? If I coded every day when not working, eating, sleeping / other necessities. I mean, honestly, like, that's a moving target, right? Because you can't really catch up to someone who's still progressing themselves. I wouldn't think of it as a game of catch up, and think of it as a game of, you know, your personal journey and your personal growth. Like, if you just start and you're consistent, and you practice and get ready for interviews, you know, you'll get a job and you'll progress in the industry. Yeah, I don't think you'd catch up in a decade, because by that point they've already gone beyond. Last and best PC I have is an Intel NUC. Nice. That's a cool one. So they build the try. Well, now that we got a bunch of new people here, I kind of just want to look at a fresh problem. Maybe I'll come back and look at this one a different time, and I'll try to code it up as a try. Yeah, people progress at different rates. That's a good point. So if you progress twice as fast as them, you could do math and figure out at what time, you know, those two line segments will converge in the future. So I had a couple of other problems picked out here. Employee free time, substring with the largest variance, and total appeal of a string. Now these are all classified as hard on LeetCode, so I'm a little uncertain of which one, if any, I'll be able to actually do, but I had planned on looking at them, so I will. SciFT, hence the quotes. Admittedly, it is a losing race, but the tortoise beat the hare once upon a time. Just trying to catch up in knowledge is all. Was a hard question and many variables, varied person to person. Yeah. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, and like the desire to catch up. Yeah. Like I said, I just wouldn't focus on the notion of catch up, you know. Like your life that's your story, that's your journey. Whether you're going a faster pace than them or a slower pace, as long as you're having fun. Yeah, that was a hard question. That was definitely a hard question, but thanks for asking. And yeah, so let's see what this one's about. We are given a list schedule of employees, which represents the working time for each employee. Each employee has a list of non-overlapping intervals, and these intervals are in sorted order. Okay. Return the list of finite intervals representing common positive length free time for all employees, also in sorted order. Oh wait, is this I remember Simon the other day on stream. I'm not sure if you already moved on, because you're probably tired, and I would understand if you did. But you solved a line sweep problem based on like intervals of time, and you inspired me to do the same during my next stream, which I did. But now I'm wondering if this too is a line sweep problem. Having fun is what matters. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. So basically we're trying to find free time. Everyone's got a schedule, which is just start and end times. Each employee has a list. Okay, yeah. So basically you're getting arrays of arrays of arrays. So let's think about this in terms of line sweep, because we might be able to do this with line sweep. I think we can do this with line sweep actually. So we have a number line, which goes from 0 up to potentially infinity. And on the number line, we have intervals, which represents times that employees work, right? We have all these intervals. Could have a little shift here potentially. Could have a really long shift with like a bunch of short shifts in it. Like all this stuff is fair game, obviously, but what we're trying to calculate is the longest. Was it the longest period of free time, which would be, so here's our free time. We got free time here, free time A, we got free time B, and are we trying to figure out the max amount of free time? Return the list of finite intervals representing common positive length free time. Oh, so you're just supposed to return them all. Gotcha. Thanks for some more of the follows that came through. I'm not sure if I missed anyone. New Step, Juza H, Lavine 116, Cami Dev. Sorry, SciFT, you said, I have said that many times to others, like to ask the harder to answer questions. No, SciFT, I dig it. You know, you might as well just go into a stream and ask a hard question, and if the streamer decides to answer, you might get, you can take what you want from it. If they don't answer, then you just go ask a different question or someone else. So I think it never hurts to ask, you know. Hopefully what I said was at least a little bit useful. And New Step, you said you're going to be back later. That makes complete sense. Thank you for coming, and I hope to see you again soon. Okay, so I think we can line sweep this. So Simon talked about line sweep on his stream last week, but the concept is fairly straightforward. You're gonna take a line, right? Can I draw a line? You're gonna take a line, and you're just gonna like send it across. You're gonna send the line across. And so every time the line intersects an interval, the number of employees working goes up, right? Every time the line leaves an interval, like here, the one employee stops working. So you can keep track as you're going through of your total count of employees currently working. Whenever that count is 0, you know you're in free time. So as long as you're in a 0 count section, you're basically building one of the intervals to add to the answer, like this one, interval A. And then you're gonna come here, and you're gonna be here, your count becomes 1. You're gonna go here, your count becomes 2. You come here, your count goes, here, count goes back down to 1. So that's the idea. Let's try to implement that. I'm not really that good at line sweep, so I'll probably fuck it up, but I feel like it should work for this problem. So, oh, they made an interval class, and they want you to return a list of intervals. Well, that's a little annoying, but I feel like we could probably work with that. I'd rather they just have given me pairs or more vectors. Sonny Bro, so then you'd add the points at 0 to an array, sort, and then return the longest length. We're gonna sort for sure. Sorting is gonna be a part of this. We don't actually need the longest length. What we actually want is all of them in order of like increasing order, right? So they want us to return a list of all the free time intervals, starting with the earliest one, and the intervals by nature are going to be non-overlapping. So, I actually learned this from Simon, but in order to solve a problem like this with line sweep, you're going to have events. So you're going to have an event called start. Some of you probably remember when Simon was doing this on stream the other day, and you're going to have an event called end. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through all the intervals that we're given, and we're going to create events from them. So anytime that we're at the start of an interval, that's going to be a start event. Anytime we're at the end of an interval, that's going to be an end event. Yeah, Simon. Thank you for... I actually learned line sweep from you the other day when you did it on stream. And then I went on LeetCode and I solved meeting course schedule or meeting times. I solved the problem you were talking about. And now I'm on this one, which honestly it just looks it looks the same level of difficulty unless I'm missing something. Yeah, so we're gonna have a vector of so each event is going to have 2 pieces of information, right? It's going to have the type, which will be start and end, and it's going to have the value, which will be a point in time. So we can just make this vector of int events. Meeting rooms too, yeah. Site, would you say A was a proper response without putting yourself in the crosshairs? I'll be observing quietly for a bit. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you're hanging out. And Simon, thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it. I mean, there's probably plenty of great options of people to raid in the software and game development categories. So it's definitely an honor that you continue to decide to send your crew over here. So yeah, thank you. So now we need to go through the intervals and the input and make these events. And let's see, these are nested because each employee has their own schedule. Does that complicate this at all? I don't think it does. I don't think the fact that you get multiple employees' schedules complicates this whatsoever, but I could be wrong. Each employee has a list of non-overlapping intervals. Right. Each employee's schedule is non-overlapping, but the total collection of intervals across all the employees could be overlapping. But I don't think that matters because we're going to do line sweep. So at any point during our sweep, there could be like 5 employees working. That doesn't matter. Like at some point, we're going to count back down to 0 and we're going to add an interval to our answer. So I think we're just fine, honestly, but we'll find out. So for auto schedule or s, so these are actually the schedules. So for auto schedule of the schedules, so that's going to be a vector of intervals. So now we go through each interval for auto interval of the schedule. And we're going to create an event. So events.push back. We want to start with the time. So it's going to be interval dot start. And then we want to put in the type. So the first element of each event is the time of the event. The second element of the event is the type of the event. So then the next thing to do is to put the end times and note that those are the ends of the events. Got a couple more follows come through. Intelligence. I got you. Intelligence. Thank you for the follow. Night Coder. Thank you. I think I've seen your name in the chat before too. Okay, so once we have all the events, we have to sort them. So we'll just sort them, and this is going to automatically sort them in increasing order. And okay, so now that's actually all the setup you need to do. Now what we're doing is we're keeping track of the number of employees that are currently working. So int num workers 0. Now we're going to iterate through the events. So for auto e of the events, let's think about this. Well, so what we can do is if e sub 1 equals start, we'll have some logic. Else it's end, we'll have some logic. So if it's start, we have a new worker working, so we'll increase our number of workers. Else, if we're ending, we're going to decrease the number of workers. Okay, but now we got to figure out how to work this logic in here, where we need to be keeping track of the size of the intervals, sizes of the intervals or not the sizes, the start and ends of the intervals where no one is working. So what I'm wondering is, can I do it here? So like if, so I'm gonna have to have some logic, something like this somewhere. So if we're currently at 0, so if it's 0, let's see, can we do something like this? Int free time start equals -1, int free time end equals -1. We're going to want to do something like this. I'm not quite sure if this is right. But we need to log when the start time is. So the start time is going to be the first element of the event. Maybe what we want to do... Okay, so one of the things that I encountered when solving Meeting Rooms 2 was that you want to finish dealing with all the events for a specific time before you do anything special, like try to figure out if you're starting free time or not. So we can do something like int previous time equals -1. Now if the current time, which is e sub 0, is not equal to the previous time, yeah, so basically prev time, yeah, okay, sorry, like trying to think out loud but not doing a good job of it. So basically we want to handle specific periods in time where we've dealt with all of the events at a specific time. So if e sub 0 is not equal to the previous time, here we're going to handle that we've finished dealing with all the events for a specific time, and then we'll update previous time to now be the current time. So we can do this. But what we can do now is we can handle if the number of workers is 0. So if the number of workers is 0, then free time start can be E0. Else how do we want to do this? What we need to know is when the number goes from 0 to 1. So here, so basically whenever we increment the number of workers, if free time start is not equal to -1. Hey, what's up, Anton Familianov? So anytime we increment the number of workers, if we were previously at 0, or another way of looking at it, if free time start was not -1, then okay, the other thing that we're missing here is we need to be building an answer. So vector of interval answer. Interval is the class that they've got predefined for you. Return answer down here. So I think if free time start is not -1, we can add a new interval to the answer. So answer.pushback interval, and I can just pass in the start and the end. So the start is free time start. The end is e sub 0. And then what I need to do here is reset free time start to be -1. Thanks for all the follows coming in. Pleek Lee. Thank you. Okay. If numWorkers is 0 and free time Leonard Euler 23. So what's going on? Are you named after sorry, it's not Euler, right? It's Euler. Are you named after Euler, the mathematician? Free time start is -1. I remember I used to do like these little coding challenges. It was called Project Euler, but they were too hard, man. This like really intense math stuff for anyone who hasn't looked at that before. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so this is probably not right, but this is the idea. Let's run it on one of the test cases. Fix syntax errors and see what we get. Anytime you see Euler in math. Pascal is your favorite mathematician? Mostly because of his name. Pascal's cool. He's got that triangle, bro. I love Pascal's triangle. But he did a bunch of other important mathematical things too. I'm not trying to limit him to the triangle by any means. Oh, Pascal. Oh, Blaze? Oh, I gotcha. Oh, that's funny. That's a really good reason. Who's my favorite mathematician? I don't even know if I have one. I'd have to think about it. Okay, so output. Okay, so clearly the code's not working. And so now the challenge is to figure out why. So my output was 1144. So it looks like we almost got 34. We almost got 3. So 11 is obviously just clearly wrong. So I got to figure out why I'm adding 11 in there. But 44 is close to being one of the expected results. Let's see. Answer, pushback, free time start. So if the numWorkers is 0. Wait, so is this supposed to be a -1 here? No, they don't usually ask LeetCode hard level questions in interviews. Like, I don't think you could, I think it would be very weird for an interviewer to expect you to line sweep anything in an interview. That's not to say that line sweep is the only way to solve this, but meeting rooms 2, for example, which is the problem that Simon was talking about, you don't need to do it with line sweep. You can actually just do it by sorting the intervals and iterating through them looking for intersections. Things are always their best in their beginning. Is that an actual quote? That's cool. Wait, so is this right? The free time. Well, let me look at the input. So 1 to 3. Oh, I see. So after I finish processing the 3, numWorkers goes to 0. But yeah, this is actually a problem. So I finished processing this 3 right here. numWorkers becomes 0 because it's the end of the interval. Oh, this is what, Simon, you were talking about. Sometimes you need like n+1 here. I probably need that in this problem instead of subtracting 1 right here. Uh, oh wait, no. Hold on. I have the prev time, and I'm overriding it, like a nub. If prev time is not equal to -1, and all the rest of that, then the free time start is the prev time. Hey, look at that. We got correct output for one of the examples. Sometimes you need to do end value plus 1, or sometimes you need to swap start and end. Yeah, I was wondering, I remember you saying that in your stream. When would that be something that you would want to do? When do you want to swap those? Okay, so someone came in and followed. Ryan K. Hawkins, thank you for the follow. Brown Bread 75, thank you so much for the follow. Once again, the Simon raid has caused me to destroy my follow goal for the day. Every time you raid, I like 200, 300% my follow goal for the day. So I really appreciate that. And thank you for everyone who's actually clicking the follow button. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so this is good news. We got accepted output for example 1. Now we got to try all the example test cases. Okay, that's good news. We're getting accepted output for both of the examples. Now the question is, should I just submit or should I try to write more examples and try to break my code? The proper thing to do would obviously be write more examples. So let's see here. Let's try to write some employee schedules. Let's have an employee who works from 1 to 2. I don't know. We gotta test like some edge cases or something here. Like what if an employee works from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3? We would expect there to be no overlap. There should be no free time. Yeah, okay. We do produce empty array for that. We might just be good to go. Should I submit this? Who thinks I should submit this? I feel pretty good about it, but I might be missing an edge case or something weird. Send it. Yeah, let's go. Wait, it's slow? What? How is it slow? Oh well, Pog for actually getting it right. That was a LeetCode hard. So those are always fun to get right. Let me try to submit it a few more times and see if it's actually slow. You vote with Simon? Yeah, I sent it in. I got it accepted. There seems to be something slow. Oh, you know what? I bet it's because I'm sorting. There's probably a linear solution. So, for anyone who cares, this would automatically put my code to n times log n. And if you can find a way to solve this without the sort, you'd be looking at probably just a linear time O of n solution. Simon, you want me to paste bin you my code, or do you just want me to like have it up here? What do you mean? I can create a paste bin link if you wanted to like zoom in on it, you know, on your screen. Vector pair int, usually more performant. Oh, for the events, I could do pairs. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd be surprised if that made a huge difference, but I can switch this over to a pair of int. And then e.0 would be e.first. And then E1 would be E dot second. What the? Simon? What? How does it make that big of a difference? Simon, how did you know that? Well, not how did you know that, but how? How does I guess it's just something to do with how it compiles down. Pairs are optimized for sorting. Oh, yeah. Okay. Pairs are up. Hold on. I'm gonna C++ sorting pairs through sorting vectors. Well, anyway, that's something I'm gonna have to remember. So maybe nlog_n is the best you can do then, because now that I switched over to pairs, it's going 90% plus. Yeah, fair enough for not knowing how or anything. But just the fact that you knew that is Pog, thanks for telling me. I'm gonna have to try to remember that, because that's clutch. Alright, well, that's how to solve that one. I think that I'm probably gonna solve one more problem and then I'll end. Depending on how many people are chilling, I can, what's it called? Pay it forward. So if anyone has any suggestions on who to raid, I can take a look. But let's try to solve one more. I would look at the solution page, but this problem doesn't have one, so that's not an option. Sonny bro, so I'm a bit of a scrub with math. What's so special about log_n? Log_n is, how do I explain that? It's very special is the answer. It's basically like usually, so it has to do with how fast your code runs. So you've got like O of 1, right? Where you're doing constant amount of time relative to the input. Then you've got O of n where you're doing a linear amount of time relative to the input. And then you've got O of n squared where you're doing n squared amount of work relative to the input. So an example of this would be like doing for I goes to j, and then for I goes to n, for j goes to n, something like that, and then doing work here, right? Like this would be a very common this is what a very common like n squared algorithm would look like, whereas this right here would just be a single for loop. It also depends on what you're doing inside the for loop too. Like if you call a function in the for loop that does another loop, then you're still having a higher runtime. But O of n log n fits in between these. Or yeah, O of log n fits in, O of log n actually goes here. And this is O of n log n right here. And I could probably try to explain it with like a graph, but the thing is that n log n is actually like significantly faster than this, and log n is significantly faster than this. And it has to do with, when you look at the graph, it has to do with how the number of operations grows relative to the input size. So for example, yeah, well, I could probably try to explain it more than that, but there's like a lot of math involved. But log n would be like, what's an example of a log n algorithm? It would be, an example of a log n algorithm would be a binary search. And the reason it's log n is because you're splitting the input in half each time you loop. Yeah, each time you loop. So then an n log n would be like a sort. Another example of a log n algorithm would be like inserting into a priority queue, insert into a PQ, stuff like that. And anytime you can do an operation in log n versus n, you want to do it because asymptotically it's significantly faster. Same thing with n log n versus n squared. And so a lot of LeetCode questions, you won't be able to do it in n squared, but you will be able to do it in an n log n. And similarly, like some questions, you won't be able to do it in linear time, but you will be able to do it in log of n time. So they actually expect you to know like the differences between those and how to write an algorithm that performs, you know, in one category versus another. Okay, so the variance of a string is defined as the largest difference between the number of occurrences of any two. Oh, I'm like reading this without actually processing it. The variance of a string is defined as the largest difference between the number of occurrences of any two characters present in the string. Note, two characters may or may not be the same. Given a string S consisting of lowercase English letters only, return the largest variance possible among all substrings of S. A substring is a contiguous, right. So let's look at the example. All possible variances. Return the largest variance possible. Oh, okay. So the variance 3 for this substring. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, sorry, I missed something. Leonard, you said not necessarily because you have some galactic algorithms that technically have a lower big O time, but it takes such large inputs to make it better that it's impractical. These are called galactic. Oh, interesting. I'm not familiar with galactic algorithms. Thanks for contributing that to the chat. Okay, so this makes sense. You want to grab this substring because it has the most difference between the number of B's and A's, right? The variance of a string. I'm baby in the chat. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope you're chilling and having fun. The variance of a string is the largest difference between the number of... Oh, okay. Any two characters. Note the two characters may or may not be the same. Wait, they may or may not be the same? So they can't be the same? How's that possible? Because if they're the same, then it's the same number, and so your variance is just 0. I guess they're saying that you have to handle cases where the entire string is all the same letter. I guess that's what they're saying there. In which case, your output is just 0. I'm trying to figure out if this is sliding window. Is this sliding window? C++ so hard, you're a genius. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't put myself in the genius category, but I do appreciate the sentiment. C++ is one of the more complex languages. Once you start really like diving down into like some of the lower level stuff you can do with pointers and things, but I rarely find myself needing that even for like LeetCode problems. Okay, so how would we go about calculating this? So obviously the naive brute force approach is you can just process every substring. For every substring, you can keep a count of all the letters. You can keep a count of the largest and the smallest numbers. So basically, like brute force is and can be done in n squared pretty easily. And so just because of that, we already know that we're probably looking for n log n. What's the input length? That's really important. The input length is 10 to the 4, which means, yeah, since the input length is 10 to the 4, they're basically telling you that this is not good enough. Not good enough. If your input length is 10 to the 4, you'll be able to get it accepted, usually doing n log n. Or linear time, if you can, but I don't know if this problem is going to be solvable in linear time for this input size. Yeah. Yeah, Brendan Ike, I think his name is. He's the guy who created JavaScript. He now owns a company that creates a safety-first browser called Brave. But this guy is the original creator of JavaScript, and he actually said himself that when he named it, he wasn't thinking straight. He said that the language is much more similar to C and C++ than it is to Java, like syntax-wise. Can you convert the strings and numbers to run comparison? Oh, I'm a baby in the chat. Yeah, we were talking about logarithmic complexity a little bit. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Like, most importantly, if you can follow along with the solution, which I don't even know if I'm going to be able to write, that's more important. Can you convert the strings to numbers? Yeah, you can convert strings to numbers in C++. You might not be able to do it with as few keystrokes as you can in other languages. Like, there's I don't even remember. I know. Yeah, I don't even remember. So how would we solve this using nlog-n? That's what I'm thinking now. Like, could we use like a priority queue for this? Or if we can do this with a sliding window, then it's actually even easier. That's just going to be a linear time algorithm. Cast the character. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can take the individual characters and turn them into like their char form, which you can just think of as a like a 1 byte number, 8 bits. So 0 through 255, you can do that. And one of the nice things about C++ is that's how strings work anyway. So if I were to do like S sub 0, this is technically a char data type, which is a numeric data type in the range 0 through 255. So this is one of the problems I could do. Let's take a look at this one. I haven't decided yet. The appeal of a string is the number of distinct characters found in the string. For example, the appeal of A, B, B, C, A is 3 because it has 3 distinct characters. Given a string S, return the total appeal of all its substrings. So for this one, instead of looking at substrings, we're definitely looking at like indices where specific letters occur. And then we can use those indices to calculate the number of substrings. The appeal. Okay, so for this one, I feel like what you can do is every single character. I don't know, this one's hard too. This one's hard as well. Maybe we should do something medium. I don't know if I can get this one right now because I've been live for 4 hours and my brain is starting to fall apart slowly, unfortunately. What could we do in this one by storing the indices where the characters appear? So if we had like an unordered map from char to int, index, char to vector event, right? Would this help us? Like if we pre-calculate this? So so one of the observations for this one is whenever you go from having a substring of completely distinct characters to one character being repeated, the value of that character decreases, right? Like for example, if we just have BCA, the substring is worth 3. We add the B to it, it's still worth 3. We add the A to it, it's still worth 3. So that's important. So if we know... Oh, this is similar to a problem I solved the other day. Okay. I think I can figure this one out, actually. Let's try at least. So... we have this string, right? What is this string? Let's look at this problem. A, B, B, C, A. We've got this. So what if we, let's say that we're looking at this index. So this is index I. So we're gonna have a for loop where I goes through them all. And so if we know, if we are able to look at this position and know the index of the previous B, so let's number these. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. If we're at I equals 2, and we know the index of the previous B is 1, let's say that we have a B here, right? 5. So we know that we have a B before us at index 1. We know we have a B after us at index 5. We can calculate that in constant time if we pre-process the input first. So basically we'll store the locations of like previous occurrences of characters. So then we know that there's exactly length 3 here, where there's only one B in the substring. But not only that, we also know that there's length. We basically have these, right? These 3 substrings. Let's get a better example. We've got character X at index I. Then we've got a bunch of stuff. Then we've got another X here at, here, let's call this J. So we've got a character X, then we've got another X at K, and we've got a previous X at I. This is J. Okay, and basically we know that everything in between is not that. So from here all the way to here, X is the only X in the substring. But it's not only the only X in this substring. We also have to count that it's the only X in like this substring, right? So and all the way over to here too. But we can do that math really easily if we have index I and index K available, because it's basically going to be I plus 1 times K minus 1. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And the reason you can think about it that way is because There's a lot of substrings that you can make here that include this middle X. One way to think about it is that you could take any of these indexes that are greater than I but less than j, right? You could take any of those and you could match them up with any of these. So any of these indices that are less than k but greater than j. You take any of those and match them up with any of these, you have a unique substring where x counts for 1 towards the appeal of the entire string. Jack Sonso, what's up? So basically you just have to know how many of these green arrows there are, you have to know how many of these red arrows there are, and you multiply them together, and that's how many unique substrings there are. So you basically want to, let's call those numbers, I don't know, t and r. So t times r. Okay, so I think all of this information will help. I think. And so we're trying to find the total appeal. So we're just basically summing all this up. So you're finding the total appeal of all the substrings. And the appeal of a substring is the number of unique in the substring. Yeah, so basically the idea is that instead of looking at every substring, you're looking at every character one at a time. So for int I equals 0, I is less than 26, plus I. What we want to do is count the appeal of char I and add it to the answer. I think. Does that sound right? I'm going to start coding this up. I'm just trying to like convince myself 100% certainty that this is right. So this substring counts for 3. Oh yeah, but we don't care about that substring. Well, hold on a sec. So if we know this substring counts for 3. Oh. I think I got it. So if we can count the appeal of this substring, every substring that contains this substring has the same appeal, right? I think that's important. So because you can add duplicate letters to it and it'll still be worth the same. So basically, once we find out that, well, okay, here's what I'm trying to say. So we know that we have to count all these substrings between the previous x and the next x. We're counting all those substrings as being a substring of appeal 1 for x. Then every substring like outside of that is worth 0, right? Shouldn't I start at 1 unless it's an empty string? I can start at... Oh, this I is iterating through the characters. So you'd have like char c equals I plus a. So basically we're gonna the way we're counting this is a little bit different. We're going to count the values of all the substrings for individual characters. So basically, within this substring, A has a value of 1. Yeah, so when I equals 1, that's technically that's talking about letter B. This is actually a pretty hard problem. And I solved a similar one the other day, but I'm stretching my brain a little bit to figure out the solution for this one. If anyone has any ideas or has concerns with anything that I've said, just shout it out in the chat. Let's see here. So the total appeal, so the appeal of a single substring is the distinct letters in it, and they want the appeal of all the substrings. So if I'm looking at substring I to K, I've got an X in there, I know there's no other X's. And for that substring, for any of these substrings, we're adding 1 to the solution. Now, we can't go beyond it. Well, the value of X then becomes 0 for anything else, right? So we're looking at, let's say we're looking at this substring. And the way that we're counting it is we don't care about B, B, and C. We're looking at this substring, but we only care about A. A adds 1 to the total appeal. When it's in a substring by itself, when it's in this substring, when it's in this substring, when it's in A is always worth 1 there. But as soon as you add another A in, it's not worth anything, it's worth 0. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is definitely going to work, but it's going to be kind of a pain to code up. So, but I think it is going to work. So let me code it up, and I'll try to explain what I'm doing along the way. So we need 2 arrays. First one is going to be seen before. Let's get our string size. N and seen after. So basically what we're gonna do is, if you're familiar with like a prefix sum or a suffix sum, this is kind of what we're doing, but it's not sums. We're gonna store the index so after which the next of the same one is. That didn't make any sense whatsoever. This actually needs to be a 2-dimensional array though. So it's vector of int, vector of int, and the outside, the first dimension is going to be 26 because we need to store this information for every letter of the alphabet. And then the inside information, the inner dimension, sorry, the second dimension is going to be of length n. So these 2 arrays have first dimension 26, second dimension n. And what I can explain to you in a comment what the values mean in this array. So seen before of ij means equals the position of the previous letter I in before index j. Yeah, let me change this to c. So seen before of c I is the position of the previous letter c before index I in S. So if we were to store, like let's say that we've calculated seen before of these 5 right here, and we were to say what is seen before of A for index 4, it would be 0 because we saw an A all the way over here at the beginning. So we need to know that because we're going to iterate through the string one character at a time, and for every character we need to be able to know when's the next instance of that character and when's the previous instance of that character. Once we know those, we can do math on that distance to calculate the appeal of the substrings for the letter. So this is seen after CI position of the next letter C, after index I and S. So now we got to build these. We actually have to calculate this. So for int I equals 0, I is less than n plus plus I. So importantly, let's initialize these all to -1. So we want to initialize all of the seen befores to -1, because for index 0, we want to say that we've seen everything before it at index -1, which is not technically a real index. So that's going to help us code it up a little bit easier. And then for seen after, it's going to be n. Yeah, that'll work. So now for seen before, it's not possible for index 0 to have seen it before, but index 1 will have been able to have seen it before. So we'll go if, oh, and we have to do this for each letter as well. So we need this loop here. So what we're doing right now is we're constructing seen before and seen after. Thank you for that follow, Crazy Teabags. Thank you for the follow, CS Practice Live. Lay Hilds. DJ Axonso, I think I already got you. I'm baby in the chat who still shouting me out for being a genius. I disagree. Honestly, I have a slight advantage for this problem. I solved a similar problem last week. Not the same problem, but not radically different either. So this one is a similar approach to it. So now we're going through each letter of the alphabet. This needs to be J. Okay. So since this is J, I'll change these to J just so that it's a little bit easier to read. So that like some of the variables match up and stuff. So if S sub I, if S sub, if S sub J minus 1 equals C, so basically, yeah, if we've seen it directly before, then seen before of I. Yeah, let me change this as well. I want these variable names to line up with my code comments up here. So I actually won't. I'll call this CH, and then this is going to be CH. And then this will be seen before of C, J. This needs to be C. Equals J minus 1, right? Okay, so basically, if we can see the character that we care about in the previous index, then seen before is that index. Then the else is pretty simple. If we can't see it there, then we carry over whatever the previous value is. So seen before of CJ becomes seen before of CJ minus 1. And I think that'll work for the seen before part. What is a vector? A vector is C++ speak for like an array. I don't know what your experience level is with programming. If you know JavaScript, then, or if you know Java, the closest thing would be an array list. But if you're like super new to programming, oh, Lua and Python, yeah, it's basically you can think of it as somewhat equivalent to Python's list, right? Python, you might do like my list equals this. So in C++, this would be a vector. Okay, unless I mess something up, I think this will work for seen before. So you go through all the characters. Then you go through the array. If the previous letter is the letter that you care about, seen before is, yeah, this is probably right. We can always print these out later or look at them in the debugger to decide what's wrong with it. So let's construct seen after. Oh, we can construct seen after in here actually. We'll just construct seen after right here. So now j needs to go from n-2, j is greater than or equal to 0, minus j. If s plus 1 plus 1, all these minus 1s just become plus 1s. Man, so many followers coming in today. I really appreciate everyone. Everyone who's following, everyone who's watching, hopefully learning. I mean, if you're not learning, some of you probably are pretty experienced and this might just be a review or even edging on boring, but whatever your situation is, you're here and I appreciate it. And I hope you're vibing and getting at least something out of it. So yeah, j goes from n-2 down to 0, and now we're checking to see what the seen after is. So all these 3 variable names need to be updated as well. Ah, handsome. I don't know about all that. Very kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say. Okay, so now that we've calculated this, we can actually try to get our answer. So let's change this to j. I don't mind members of the chat flirting with me, but my girlfriend would want me to mention that she exists, so I'm just gonna throw that out there right now. I do have a girlfriend, but I'm fine with people, you know, complimenting my appearance. That's fine. So how do we go? Okay, so now here's the fun part. We go through each letter of the alphabet again, and for each letter of the alphabet, we're now going to figure out how much appeal the substrings that it's in add to the total appeal of the entire solution. Comment my code. Woo! I don't know why I did that, but thank you. Okay, assuming that I get this one solved, which I think I should be able to. This is going to be the last LeetCode of the day because I've been coding for a while and I am kind of tired. Also, the music is the music like a little too intense? Maybe this. Maybe this. Okay. 4. Do we care? Can we just skip the first and last elements of the array here? Oh wait. This all becomes C, C, C. This is our CH, and then this is C. for int j equals 0, j is less than n plus plus j. Alright, thanks, baby. Baby in the chat, thank you for complimenting my hair. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if other viewers are uncomfortable, then I would probably prefer if you didn't say things like that, but I do appreciate you being here. Count the, okay, subchar ch and add, oh, I'm in insert mode. Okay, so at index j, okay, so this is a really nice thing that we can do here. So since we only care about character C right now, any other character we don't care about. So if s sub j is not equal to c, ch, guess what? See you next time. We just continue. We're done. We don't care about that. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to know the previous value. So int, and this is where I and k are going to come in. So I and k are going to be relative to my illustration here. I is going to be the index of the previous instance of that letter. K is going to be the index of the next instance of the letter. So I equals seen before of C of J. Same thing for K. K is going to be seen after of the same. So now we have IJK, which are all indices of the letter, although I and K could point to all the way at the end of the array. What is the... Oh, hey, LeetCode, what's up? Think I didn't recognize you. Welcome back in. What is... I'll answer your question first. What is the appeal of the pre-increment operator? Honestly, it's really stupid. It's really dumb. When I was in college, okay, a lot of languages have pre-increment operator, but in C and in C++, the pre-increment operator actually compiles down to something that runs like one cycle faster on the CPU. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you're talking about. Basically, so I had a professor who taught us this. If you have ++i, and this is not all languages, this is C and C++. ++i actually runs slightly faster than I++ because the way it's implemented is on like a machine code level. Like what it's literally compiled to is I++ has to store a value in a temporary variable. And so because I++ has to store a temporary variable, ++i runs faster, but it actually literally never matters though, you know, because like having ++i versus I++ isn't going to bring your code from n squared to n log n, right? It's not going to bring your code from n log n to n. So it's really the stupidest possible optimization you could do, but to this day I do it because I learned it from a professor in college, and I'm still kind of fascinated by it as like a factoid, an interesting factoid. So, hey Pumbaa, what's up? Heyo. Thank you for the follow. I think I might have missed a few follows. Cyberdevil, thank you for the follow. Charlie, thank you for the follow. Did I get crazy tea bags? I think I might have said your name already. Thank you for the follow. I'm a popular streamer. I don't know about that. How many viewers do I have? Man, I don't have the viewer count up because I don't want to be disappointed. I also don't want to be nervous. But I'm going to take a look right now. Holy shit. See, seeing that just makes me nervous. That's why I don't want to see it. I will raid someone after this problem though. Sifed. It mattered way back when, and thus it exists. I learned something I was curious about just now. ++I. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely no problem at all. Also, I missed a question. Ildersa, you said nothing in a for loop, but you can be creative when calling funcs. Oh, you were answering Dad's code. Yeah. True. Yeah, you can use ++I and I++ to like change the behavior of your code in certain situations, and it can be nice as well. I mostly do medium on LC. Still stuck at hard, although some hard and medium kind of the same. Yeah, I agree. I solved a hard problem like 2 or 3 days ago that probably should have been labeled a medium. Like the labels aren't always the best. Baby in the chat, you said, is vector int meaning an array in an array that contains numbers? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a two-dimensional array of numbers. You can think of it as a grid or a matrix, where you have one dimension going across the top, like that would be your columns, and one dimension going down, which would be your rows. Hey, what's up, Z447? Okay, let's try to actually calculate this. So what was it that I decided I was supposed to do here? So I now have I and I have k. So if I take k minus I and square it, that might actually work. So basically what I'm trying to do, see these green arrows? These are like, these green arrows, I mentioned this before, they're like potential starts of substrings where there's only one X in the substring. The red arrows are potential ends of substrings where there's only one X in the substring. And so I want to basically combine all the green arrows with all the red arrows. And the way I do that is if I know how many green arrows there are, I can just multiply it by the number of red arrows. And that's going to give me the total number of substrings in this range where X is unique. X is the only instance of it. So I think, can I just do answer plus equals k minus I squared? This might not be exactly right, but it should be something along these lines. Thank you for the follow, Pura Serving. Really appreciate that. My LC solved stats. Hold on. So for anyone who was watching, I did just get sort of a radically wrong result there, but we'll take a look at that in a second. So I've got my contest rating is like 18. Although I missed like 2 contests in a row. I didn't compete yesterday, which I planned to. What are my solve stats? I guess 367. I don't know if any of this is like impressive or not, but this is it, in case anyone wanted to see. Okay, so here's what we can do. Is we can actually let's print out the appeal that we're getting for each letter. Oh, I see. I'm doing this way wrong. Okay, I'm potentially counting the appeal of some letters multiple times here. I don't need this outer for loop. All I need to do is go through the string and then do this math for the letter that's at the index. Hold on, let's just copy this. So I don't think I need all of that. I'm just gonna comment it out for a second. I might just need this. And then this right here is S of J minus the ASCII value for A. Yeah. Okay, let's run this. This should be closer. How did you make it indent one less? Oh, so there's a keystroke. So if you know you can tab to go to the right, you can do shift tab to go to the left. So that can be a useful one. Holy crud, I only have 5 solved. I don't understand any of the questions. You should start with the easy ones. Just start with the easy ones. That's all I can say. So go to the problems page, sort by easy and sort by solved percentage. That'll give you like the easiest of the easiest, and that's where you should start. So you go to the problems page, you can search by difficulty easy, and then here you can also filter by the acceptance rate. There we go. So now this problem right here, 2356, number of unique subjects taught by each teacher, is easy and has a 95% acceptance rate. So this is probably technically the easiest problem on Twitch. And so I would just start with these and get used to doing these. Once you get comfortable, you can start making things more difficult. Okay, so let's try to figure out why my code's not working. So here's what I want to do. For each, I'm gonna start logging some stuff out. So I'm gonna log J. Let's log S of J. There's also the LeetCode debugger that I should be using right now, but let's just take a look at this first, and then maybe I'll go into the debugger. Then I'll print out this. K minus I squared might not be quite right. In fact, it's probably not right, but we'll see. It might be K minus I minus 1, but let's just see what we get here. Okay, so apparently what my code is telling me is that oh, I think I see it. I think I might see what's wrong here. So if you look at this A is worth 25, which is quite clearly already wrong. But then this A is also worth 25, which is just plain out not right. So we might not need to look to the left and to the right, because we're covering some of the distances twice, basically. Like for example, I might not need to do scene before, I might just need to do scene after. And then it becomes K minus J. Let's see, how much closer does this get us? That gets us a lot closer. So yeah, part of the problem seems to be that I was, if you can visualize it, like, let's say that I had another X over here, and I was doing, but I was at this X, and I was like doing the same thing, like looking here and looking here. The problem was this segment was all getting counted for twice. Let's run this. Okay, so now the first A is counting for 16 substrings. Is that right? Hold on, let's start with something smaller. Let's make a smaller test case than this. Okay, how about this test case? Example number 2, which is just code. So let's run it. let's actually just focus on one test case at a time right now. So let's do code. I might even just do ABC, to be honest with you. Let me just do ABC and see what we get. Okay, so my code only seems to be overcounting by a little bit. So according to my code, the A is worth 9, the B is worth 4, the C is worth 1. Which is not right because the C should be worth 1, 2, 3. So let's see if we can count. Let's see if we can figure out why it's supposed to be 10. So A, I think I have a few ideas as to why my code's wrong and what I need to do to fix it. But let's first figure out. I just want to look at ABC and have us all agree on why it's 10. So ABC is supposed to be 10, right? That's because you have A, AB, ABC. You got B by itself. You got BC. Huh? Should it be K minus I times K minus J? Yeah, something like that. I think I need to adjust the way I'm doing that math. Hold on a sec. So it's basically all the substrings are gonna have the length unique characters. You see, right, so hold on. This substring is worth 1, this one's worth 2, this one's worth 3, this one's worth 1, and this one's worth 2. And then C by itself is worth 1. So if we sum all this up, we get 10. So that's why ABC is supposed to be 10. Sorry, K minus J times J minus I. Yeah, I think that's still gonna overcount though, but we can try that real quick. So let me comment out this, and then this you're saying K minus J and J minus I. I think it's still gonna. Bruh, hold on. Paste in all the test cases. Hold on. Let me get rid of the console logs for a sec. Okay, so the code. Yeah, okay, so K minus J times J minus I works, except it's undercounting for this last test case. So actually, for that last test case, by the way, thank you for suggesting that as an alteration to the formula, because that seems to have made the code closer to being right. Zed, you think might not need K minus J. Ildersa might need an offset by 1 because J will be counted twice. Need to check. Yeah, it is pretty complicated. Not gonna lie, but what'll help though is if I console log this and we only look at the one test case, we can see where we're getting our counts from. So A4, so that should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then this A. Oh, I see why your formula is right. Yeah. Because we're not including the next index. So we're basically trying to find all possibilities from like I plus 1 to k minus 1. I see why you sent me that code. Yeah, that's dope. Because the first A should encompass all this and be 4, which it is. I'm looking at my standard out here right now. So 0A is giving me 4 because of all these. Then the last A, 4A, is also giving me 4 because it's all these. K minus J implies that the substring has 1 char. K minus J is the distance between the next index of the character that we're looking at and the current index of it. So if we got this substring, so this distance can be greater than 1, though. Like we could have an X here at index J, and we could have another X at index K, and you could have more than one like distance here. No, and so Zed, I think you're right though. I think we're not counting substrings that have multiples of the same char. So let's look at the first B is worth 2. That looks right. The second B is worth 3. That looks right. The C is worth 8 because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that looks right for C. The test case is interesting. We have our HR at both the beginning and the end might be an edge case. Damn, bro, you don't mind the really light background? I wouldn't actually mind trying out the dark theme if they... Where's the button? Wait, these ones? No. That's not what I want. Yo, you tell me where the button is and I'll click it. So what I'm trying to figure out is what we're not counting. If we look at this, you can see for each element of the input string, you can see what we're counting. What are we missing here? So the last A is supposed to be worth 4. The C is the one that's worth the most, and that makes sense. Because C, it's basically every substring C is in. Hold on, let's try for a bigger test case. Let's try a really big test case and see if we're undercounting like significantly. This is kind of annoying that we're like in hardcore debug mode right now, but it's kind of what it is. So if I try a really large test case, let's see how close we are. Okay, so if I run this, wait, let's have a bunch of A's at the end. Okay. Oh yeah. Look. So for my sample test case that I just made up, we're undercounting by a lot. So I think it's probably what Zed said. Last A is worth 4, but first A is worth 5. How close we get without the A's at the end? Sure. Might as well just take a look at that. Yeah, it's still really, really far away. Oh, I think Zed might be onto something here. Let's just take a look at what he's saying. Last A is worth 4, but first A is worth 5 since you want first A to cover the last A. Ah, yeah, because we don't want to duplicate the substring. So basically, wherever we are, do we always just also include substrings up through the end of the array? A to A, since it could cover, whereas the last A covers those. Hey, Scyfed. Are you Scyfed, or are you Sci-FT, or are you just Sci? Let me know. Thank you for following. Really appreciate it. I think there's definitely something going on here where we need to be counting more substrings. But how much are they worth though? Oh wait, all the substrings. Hold on a minute. This is so weird. Hold on, Zed, can you explain it again in a slightly different way? I feel like you might be onto something, but I don't exactly know how to follow what you're saying. The last A covers B, B, C, A, B, C, A, C, A, and A. These are unique intervals. Right. We want to cover unique intervals, correct? Right. No, that makes sense. So we always want to go from like J, but we always want to go from I to the end. Wait, so do I put N here? Zed, thank you very much. Did you guys see what I did there? I changed one character of my solution. And now it's right. But there's no way it's not right because I made up this ridiculous test case here, and we're getting the right count for it. So Zed, thank you for that. I don't know if I would have figured that out without your help. Let me clean up the code a little bit and try to explain what just happened. Sci-FT is a shorthand or acronym for my moniker. My last moniker was loved by... what is a moniker? Was loved by some when found out and then used everywhere. So I made a new one and it is kept secret for now. Hey Zed, well I appreciate you complimenting my program. And I also appreciate you helping me fix it. Hold on, I'm Googling moniker in a different window here. Oh. Name. Okay, so it's basically a shorthand / acronym for your name, and you haven't revealed what your name is yet. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're here, Sci-FT, or Scyfed. Okay, so Thanks to Zed for helping me figure this out. Basically, K doesn't really matter, right? I can comment this out. So we don't need seen after like at all for this problem. All of this can go away. I mean, I might as well just delete it. There's no reason leaving it commented out. So the problem was we weren't counting a bunch of really important substrings. So let me see if I can explain this. Put my little hand glove on here. So this right here doesn't matter. This was something that I started off the problem thinking was important, but it's not. All we care about is substrings going all the way to the end of the string. This is n right here. But everything else was the same. So we still are trying to count the number of substrings. So we're trying to find like the number of these red arrows and multiply them by the number of green arrows over here. So we have unique substrings. But all we care about is that x is unique in this section. Or yeah, we only care about x being of frequency 1 in this section. And then everything afterwards, we just also count that for 1, because x is worth 1. Like every letter is worth 1 in every substring that it appears in, but we don't want to count substrings multiple times, which is why we start from I, or sorry, we start from J. No, we start from I, which is the last time we saw the letter, and we go all the way through N. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. I solved this one last week. And so if we go here, yeah. Oh no, that was someone else. Someone else in the chat was like sending me code. This is the solution that I came up with right here. And it's gonna look familiar to what you just saw me code. So I had my before and my after. With like the same idea here. But the difference was, for this problem you actually need both, whereas for total appeal of a string, you're going basically from the previous instance of the letter all the way through the end of the string. Wait. Is this all? Is that, am I still overcomplicating this? Do I need to keep track of the scene before, or do I just need to keep track of like when it's the first time I see it, then it starts to be worth, it starts being worth 1. Oh, let's try to rewrite this even simpler. Who's down? Who's down? I don't know if I need scene before here. I think all I need is an unordered set. Do I need that? Oh yeah, maybe you're right. So this range here between the current x and the previous x, it's definitely worth 1 there. And then from the current x all the way through the rest of the string, it's also worth 1. Oh, I see. I see. Basically, like, yeah, we want to take this range right here where x just occurs once, and then we're multiplying it by the entire rest of the string, because all of those substrings, x is worth 1 in it. Which is kind of a weird concept to wrap your mind around, but it does make sense to me now. Okay, well, thank you, Zed, for helping me solve that one. I think I need to log off for the night. But I have had a lot of fun. I'm very thankful that a bunch of people came in. I'm very thankful that a bunch of people came in through the raid from Simon and stayed. I'm really, really grateful. I've been wanting to stream for a while, like years. Literally, I've been trying to get into coding streaming and even gaming streaming for a long time, and I'm finally like actually doing it. So everyone who's here and everyone who followed today, I do really, really, really appreciate it. And these streams are pretty frequent. I'm not going to say daily because I tried to do daily and that didn't happen. But they're very frequent. Like I want to say at least like 5+ times per week. Gaming streaming. Well, I tried some gaming streaming and I had 0 viewers. So I got to figure that out. I was doing some Minecraft, but the Minecraft category is very competitive. So I was like one of like 1,000 streamers that all had 1 viewer or 0 viewers. And then I tried doing some New World streaming and I had like 1 person who came back for a couple of streams. But coding streaming is fun too, and it's been going well. So I'll definitely keep doing it, and I hope that people are getting something out of it. So I'm gonna mostly just to kind of pay forward Simon's blessing upon me, I'm gonna send whoever is left, I'm gonna send them over. I'm gonna raid. Who should I raid? Are there any other like competitive coders or elite coders? And if you're here, you know, I would appreciate it if you hung out for the raid. I understand if you just, if you just want to go right now, that's fine too. But if you wanted to come for the raid and then leave a few minutes later, that would be incredible. I mean, there's a bunch of people just doing software development. Should we just go over to a software development stream? Oh, there's someone whose stream title is making a computer virus. Oh, Sunnyro, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I honestly, I don't know the category well enough to be able to pick someone. So I'm just gonna send over to one of the people who has a lot of viewers right now. It's kind of a lazy way to raid, but yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Click submit for. Did I not? Did I not click submit? I'm just sitting here like, oh yeah, okay, I solved the problem. Time to end the stream. Raid someone. I didn't even click submit. Okay, this is gonna be really embarrassing if this is wrong, right? Oh my god! Wait, what happened? How's there a runtime error? Oh, okay. There's an overflow issue. Wait, whoever said click submit, thank you. We're gonna fix this first, and then I'll raid. Okay, so is long big enough? Hold on, let's just copy the test case that we failed on. And let's try it with like long ints and see if that fixes it. If it doesn't, we might have to I might have to switch to Python or something, but I've got the test case. How do you do type defs again? Type def, unsigned, long. Is that how you do it? Okay, let's try this on the big test case that we just failed. Yeah, anticlimactic, right? I agree. Okay. Oh yeah, it looks like the answer is just within. Oh, is it? Is it within the unsigned 32-bit? No, it has to be a long, right? It has to be 64-bit. Well, anyway, let's try it again now with unsigned longs. Okay, there we go. We got it accepted. The runtime is only faster than 6%, but I think that might be because of some of this like pre-processing that I do here. Oh yeah, good observation. The return value of the actually that should have been a really good hint right from the beginning, right? Return value of the function is a long, so I should have made my answer a long. Okay, it's accepted. So thank you for everyone who was here. I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you for all the follows. Please come back. I'm gonna stream again tomorrow, and so if you're interested in watching more of this and other things, or like Clash of Code, which I do, I'll be doing that. All of that said, let me try this. Raids disabled? Who does not have raids disabled? Also, why would someone disable a raid? You wouldn't want people to send friends over? Okay, we're raiding. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I hope to see you tomorrow. Hope everyone has a great night. It's been really great having you all here. Yeah. Let's go.